kick off to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Around the car, United States with numbers. Walk across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
USA! 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 Wow. What an end to the U.S. Olympic men's hockey tournament. A golden goal by Jack Hughes with two cracked teeth in the front of his mouth. Kenny Albert on the call on NBC. And what a way to jump into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app, live across North America, half of which is probably teary-eyed right now. I'm sorry. Those of you listening north of the 49th parallel on Sirius XM Channel 375. But the first gold, baby, in 46 years for the Americans. Your reaction welcome at 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. And, of course, we're streaming live on YouTube as well, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight. You could drop your comments in there as well. Welcome in. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. That is where we're at. We usually start the show with 5 of the biggest stories of the week right off the top. We will table the high 5 for now for some instant reaction, Kate, to just, I mean, the U.S. team survived what felt like a 40-minute power play, just an onslaught from the Canadians in the final 2 periods of that game. And I don't look, 3-on-3 may not be the perfect way to decide a gold medal, but the fact that they were able to take the full intermission after the third period, maybe catch their breath and go out there and get an opportunity to have another crack at it. A big save by Jordan Bennington early, but eventually the Americans break through, and here we are, gold for the first time since the miracle on ice.
Chris, it's like 10 a.m. Central Time right now, and I feel like I've already had like been awake for multiple days. This has been the most stressful like first 4 hours of my morning. But this is the biggest story right now. This is what everyone's talking about. So yeah, our high 5 can be tabled here. I'm watching right now Jack Hughes doing an interview with Catherine Tappan on the TV in front of me. He's got his teeth knocked out. Like, it doesn't get any better than the drama and the action that we just saw. And you're right. Like, the U.S., I mean, yeah, they probably shouldn't have won that game. They were not the better team today. Hellebuck was the better goalie today, and he's the reason the U.S. won this game. I mean, 41 saves for him today. The U.S. were outshot 42-38. Like, you get outshot like that, and usually the other team's coming out on top. I mean, fortunately for the U.S., they were able to pull it off in overtime and kill that the Canadians rather kill that 4-minute penalty to go to overtime. But I mean, it does not get much better than this for a gold medal game in hockey.
You mentioned the 41 saves that Connor Hellebuck made. It didn't feel like a single one of them was not huge. Every single save he made was massive, especially during that second period onslaught. A couple massive ones in the third period as well. But killing off that 5-on-3 in the second period is what gave the U.S. a chance to stay in this game, to survive the onslaught from Canada. And that 5-on-3 penalty was Connor Hellebuck just standing on his head. The Canadians never really, they got some good chances, but they were never able, because of the way Hellebuck made saves, to follow up on those chances. No big rebounds. He was making saves and doing it in a way that didn't allow second chance opportunities from the Canadian team, who honestly didn't really crash the net the way I expected they would in some of those instances. But credit to Hellebuck. That's the best game, quite possibly, when you consider the level of players on the ice. This, A, might be the greatest hockey game ever played, and B, might have been the singular greatest performance by a goaltender in hockey history.
I think that's very accurate very fair to say, especially to your point of who he was going up against, the talent on the Canadian team. I mean, you have so many incredible players on that team, and for him to come up with save after save after save, especially like the puck was in the U.S. zone for what felt like the majority of the game. Like, he was just getting blasted. The U.S. only had one shot on goal with 11 minutes left in the third quarter. In terms of shots on goal in the third, they didn't get a shot on goal until almost 10 minutes in, which means the puck is not exactly going to be in the Canadian zone for most of that. It's in the U.S. zone. And Connor Hellebuck, I mean, the Americans do not win this game if he doesn't have that type of performance that he has today.
And to see the boys grab not just the American flag, but the Johnny Gaudreau jersey and skate that around the ice one time too, with his family in attendance there. I saw his wife and his son just turned 2 today. It's the 46th to the day, the 46th anniversary of the Miracle on Ice, which is an added layer to this as well. But Guy and Jane Gaudreau in the stands there to be a part of it, the Gaudreau family thing. If that doesn't catch you right in the feels too, then you don't have a heart.
That was incredible. And they did not waste any time grabbing that jersey, Chris. Like, it was immediate after. They had his jersey hung in the locker room the entire Olympics. They invited his family out. I thought that was, just a great tribute to him. He would have been on this team. Like, Gaudreau would have been on the Olympic team. And so to see that, and I mean, how cool, his son's second birthday, they win gold here, and his dad's jersey gets skated around the ice. I thought that was just I don't really expect anything less from hockey players. Like, they are the classiest of all professional athletes, I think. And so something like that, like, they are going to honor, their peers. But that was very cool, and very cool that they just immediately grabbed it. Like, that was one of the first shots I saw after they finished celebrating. We're in their like huddles and everything. And then you just see a shot of the Johnny Gaudreau jersey being skated around. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and since we're speaking of families as well, the Hughes family, Jack gets the golden goal in overtime. His brother Quinn scored the overtime winner in the semifinal against Sweden. Bloodlines had a lot to do with this. This is an American team. This is the greatest accumulation of American hockey talent that's ever been on the ice together. So to not have it pay off in a gold medal would have been disappointing. You would have understood it to an extent, because this is also the greatest accumulation of talent the Canadian team has probably ever had, going back to, say, the Canada Cup teams of like 1987, when you had Gretzky and Lemieux and Messier. But this is the greatest collection of American talent ever. These guys have come up, a lot of them playing in the World Juniors together. They're each making their own way as superstars, a lot of them at the NHL level now. And to pay off on it, again, 46 years to the day that the Miracle on Ice was won to set up the Americans for a gold back in Lake Placid in 1980 is super poetic as well. It may have not been pretty, as we've said, for the final 2 periods, but this is the pinnacle of American hockey. We've reached it. To go 46 years and finally win the gold, and to do it against Canada is immense, even if it was Canada without Sidney Crosby, which is another storyline that played out coming into this one. Look, could a one-legged Sidney Crosby have helped on that 5-on-3? Probably. But that's going to be a storyline as well. I don't think it's an excuse for Canada to say, oh, yeah, if we have Sid, we win that game. But I think it's a good question to ask yourselves, even if Crosby at much less than 100%. And I don't know how severe the injury is, but it had to be bad if he wasn't able to even get on the ice. With Sidney Crosby out there for just, like I said, the 5-on-3 power play, I wonder if that would have changed the dynamic of this.
Chris, I mean, his injury must have been really... Hockey players are the toughest of the tough. He would have been out there if he could have. And it wouldn't have been like I need to save myself for the rest of the NHL season, anything like that. Like, you have a chance to play for your country, and you're out there every single time. So the injury must have been significant enough to keep him sidelined. He did. I just saw a update that he was on the ice in his gear, standing alongside his teammates for the medal ceremony. So he's out there. He was in his gear. Like, does that mean maybe he wanted to come? I'm sure he wanted to, but was he close to at any point coming out on the ice here if fully suited up? But yeah, I you can't really use that as okay, well, we didn't have Sidney Crosby, we would have beat you otherwise. Maybe that's the case, but I mean, you didn't have him. You got to go with the guys who are available, and that was kind of how it played out today.
Yeah, I talked to Pierre Maguire a couple times this week. Pierre still covers the NHL and used to work for NBC for years, and he's plugged in with a ton of contacts still at the highest levels of the league. And while he wouldn't say it explicitly, there was an intimation by Pierre that, look, this had to be a serious injury. Otherwise, to your point, there's no way he's not getting out on the ice for the semifinals and the gold medal game. And I do think there's a certain amount in Crosby's case, he does feel a certain amount of obligation to his NHL team because he's been in Pittsburgh for 20 years and he knows they're in playoff position and wants to be available down the stretch. So, if there was any chance of further injury by going out there, he didn't want to take that. But I fear for Penguins fans, of whom I count myself amongst, I fear for Penguins fans that this may be more serious because otherwise Sidney Crosby, as noble as a guy as he may be, doesn't step aside and let somebody else dress for this game unless he absolutely physically cannot get on the ice.
I don't think Penguins fans see him coming back right away by any means, Chris. And we saw this in the Four Nations too. Like, a bunch of guys got hurt in that. And the rest of their NHL seasons a couple years ago were kind of thrown to the wayside. So, I mean, it's just a tough situation of like, what do? Do you want to go out and play for your country, or do you want to save yourself a little bit? And I guess it comes down to, can you further injure yourself? And in the case of Sidney Crosby, most likely, yes, could have further injured it. But I love that we see that from hockey players, that for the most part, they're out there all the time. And yes, you don't want to ruin everything for the NHL season and for your respective team, but they're going to go out there and fight as hard as they can. We're like, you just don't get that. You would never get that in the NBA. You would never get that in the NFL, anything like that. So I that's the part of hockey that I just absolutely love.
Yeah, and we can't ignore either that in the first period of this game, when the ice wasn't quite as tilted as much as it was in the final 40-plus minutes, the Americans had their chances. Austin Matthews had one right on the doorstep that he elected to try and pass across the top of the crease instead of just roofing it himself. This still was an American team, and we're going to celebrate them because they're the first gold medalists in men's hockey in nearly half a century. This was an American team that came into this tournament playing a style that, when it went up against the most talented teams, the other most talented team being Canada in particular, they were going to try to play a safe, conservative game, and it almost bit them because playing that safe, conservative style, there's a great line from John Tortorella years ago. Might have been when he was coaching the Rangers or the Flyers. I'm not sure when it was, maybe even back in Tampa. And he said, safe is death. And when you play too safe, you set yourself up to be taken advantage of and to not take advantage of opportunities yourself. And they played very, very conservative in the final two periods, not taking any chances, really. The few times they did get the puck into the Canadian offensive zone, or into the Canadian defensive zone, I should say, they didn't possess it really all that long. It was one or two shots, and then Canada would counterstrike right back the other way. They are, as you said, very lucky to have won this game playing the way that they did because they weren't able to sustain any offense. A team that should be built off of getting the puck deep, forechecking, cycling down low, really never got to get to that part of their game.
Did you feel like that shifted in overtime? I know we only played 1:41, but it felt like the U.S. came out of that intermission and kind of had a different attitude in terms of how they were playing, because I would agree with you. It looked like they were playing not to lose that game late in it until overtime. And then they started, going on the attack a little bit more. Again, I mean, you only played 1:41, and that might have just kind of been how the puck bounced for them in that time frame. But it felt like the momentum had switched a little coming out of the end of regulation and into the 3-on-3 period.
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, the chance for them to catch their breath, the fact that they got the full intermission before OT in the gold medal game, I think helped sort of settle them down and probably stem the tide of that Canadian momentum just a little bit. Actually saw the Americans build a little bit of momentum themselves towards the very end of the third period. But 3-on-3 is just a completely different animal. It's not like you're going to get the puck down low and start to cycle off of a forecheck 3-on-3. It's just about hoping that you're in possession of the puck when the other team is in the midst of a change or gets caught behind the play somehow, and you can take advantage of it. And that's exactly what the Americans did. They were able to get a little bit of a rush there as the puck came loose right around their own blue line, and take it back the other way through the neutral zone and create that opportunity for Jack Hughes. So I think, again, we're going to honor this team forever because they're the first team to win gold for the American hockey men in nearly half a century. But I think it is okay to acknowledge that without Connor Hellebuck standing on his head and keeping them in this thing, they don't win it. And that they did get somewhat lucky to get the bounce they did in OT, to not have that too many men on the ice call go against them in the third period when the ice was already tilted in the Canadians' favor. They did get a couple bounces. They did get a little bit of luck. But I don't know if you could go back and look at any of those and say, okay, if that goes the other way, the Canadians definitely win either.
Chris, is it bad that I feel bad for Connor McDavid?
No,
this guy, he'd been in Stanley Cup Finals 2024, 25. He gets to the gold medal match. Like, he can't win. And it's not necessarily him, but like his team just cannot win the big one. And that's the only player on the Canadian team that I'm like, you know what? I kind of feel for the guy. And maybe I shouldn't be admitting that as an American, but like you do kind of feel for him because of how good he is and just cannot get over the hump. And I like seeing him with the silver medal on right now. He does not give two F's to have that that medal around his neck right now.
No, look, the Four Nations is probably some very faint consolation for anybody on that Canadian roster right now. Okay, you won a year ago. It wasn't the Olympics. To your point, in Connor McDavid's case, it wasn't a Stanley Cup. You've lost that now a couple of years in a row, and you can't seem to push past these damn Tkachuk brothers and the American team. So, look, I think it's fair to look at some of the Canadian players. You see Brad Marchand, you see Sidney Crosby, and say, man, this would have been another stamp on their Hall of Fame resumes. McDavid's a Hall of Famer too. I'm not going to say that he isn't. He's going to go down as one of the greatest offensive players of all time. But yeah,
and he's got a lot of time left to play, right? Like McDavid's not going anywhere anytime soon.
He does. But the other part of this that I think is important is it's always up for debate. Every time there's a negotiation between the league and the Players Association, the players advocate for playing in the Olympics because they know how much this means to them. But the league also understands that they don't really get much financially out of sending their guys to the Olympics. You might have a guy like Sidney Crosby get injured and be out for the foreseeable future. The Olympics won't even allow them to post highlights on the NHL's websites and social media. Like, it's a very one-way agreement where the Olympic Committee knows how much these guys want to represent their country, and they take advantage of that fact. And so I think with that always being up in the air, whether the NHL is going to commit to future Olympics and whether those decisions will change, and you never know when it's going to be the last Olympics for someone. I think that's a fair question. Will there be other international competitions? Sure. Will the NHL maybe try to put on the Four Nations again at some point in the future? Absolutely. I'm sure they would. But it's not like representing your country in the Olympics. And for McDavid, if we're talking about a guy who's putting together that Hall of Fame resume, to not have the cup yet, maybe, and to also not have the gold medal in the Olympics, yeah, that's a big hole on that resume that he's got to feel like he needs to fill, not necessarily to become a Hall of Famer, but just to satisfy himself as a Canadian hockey player.
And he probably only has one more Olympics left. I mean, he'd be 36 by the time his second Olympics rolls around from here every 4 years. So
yeah, I mean, maybe 2 left, right? Assuming they play in the next 2 Olympics. Yeah. So look, I think it prolongs that agony if you're Connor McDavid of, man, like you said, I can't get over the hump and win the cup. And now I'm a part of this Canadian team. You know, Sid was out. I had the C on when we lost to the Americans in a gold medal game that, to be honest, we fairly dominated, but we just couldn't push past Connor Hellebuck, which remains, I think, the biggest singular story coming out of this game is just Hellebuck playing out of his mind.
I mean, just to reemphasize, like the Americans would not have won without Connor Hellebuck. That is his best performance, I think, of his entire career, and that's NHL games included. That's any sort of international play that he's played in. That has to be his best personal game that he's ever played in, that we've ever watched.
So we will continue to react throughout the afternoon. We hope to get some folks on to talk about it with us as well. The entire hockey world spent the morning locked in on the gold medal game between Canada and the U.S. as everybody catches their breath across North America and all the way over in Italy. We will try to grab a friend or two to talk about it with us. But coming up next, we usually start the show with it. We'll get to it now. The 5 biggest stories of the week, the High 5. Next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
A golden goal by Jack Hughes, minus 2 teeth, as the Americans beat the Canadians in overtime in the gold medal game to secure the U.S.'s first gold in Olympic men's hockey in 46 years. 46 years to the day of the Miracle on Ice win over the Soviets in Lake Placid. Just incredible timing. And we will certainly, as I said off the top of the show, break it down throughout the afternoon. Welcome into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, the Westwood One Sports app, and Sirius XM Channel 375. There's a lot of things going on in the sports world. I know that's the big story of the day. And like I said, we'll continue to talk about it alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. But let's dive into the 5 biggest stories of the week. Let's go with the high 5.
5. 3-point game, inside 2 minutes to go. Good pass. Boozer for 3.
Duke taking down Michigan last night in D.C., Kate. Cam Boozer had a really strong game, only finished with 18 points. That wasn't the story. The story was that Duke took over late, and for the first time, I thought all season, Michigan looked somewhat vulnerable.
Vulnerable is perfect word. That's what I was going to use too. Late, they didn't look as confident as they typically do, and that's probably because they haven't played a ton of really close games this season. And for Cam Boozer, I mean, he got in a little bit of foul trouble, had to spend a little time on the bench in that second half, and then for him to come back in the final 6-7 minutes of that half, and then he did kind of take over, and he was super efficient. Yes, the 6-7 right there.
Sorry, you did it. I had to.
6 of 10 from the field. I know. Nearly a triple-double, 10 boards, 7 assists. A National Player of the Year candidate right there, which he has been all season. It's not like this performance yesterday put him in the conversation by any means, but Duke certainly deserves to be the number 1 team in the country. Next time the polls come out, you beat number 1, you get to be number 1.
Yeah, and there were some other interesting takeaways, I think, from yesterday in college basketball. We saw Kansas just absolutely implode at Fog Allen Fieldhouse late against Cincinnati. We saw Florida continue to assert their dominance against lesser-than SEC teams. We saw BYU over Iowa State. UConn got back on track against Villanova. Texas Tech survived without JT Toppin. Arizona over Houston, who looked fairly sloppy for a Houston team. A lot to get into at the top of the hour when we'll go through Zach Knows Ball. Our producer, Zach Krell, will help us break down the biggest stories from a very busy Saturday in college basketball. Next.
4. Out to the 35. A give to Williams. He puts his shoulder down and trucks a man. It was Mike Sainristil who took the hit.
This is good physical running right here by Javonte Williams. And this is one of the things Shotty talked to us about this week was the physicality that he plays with.
That was Christmas Day on Netflix. Ian Eagle on the call of Javonte Williams lowering the boom on Mike Sainristil in that game. That didn't mean much at that point, but the Cowboys did find some semblance of a run game this year, Kate, and it was because of Javonte Williams. It's a 3-year deal, guarantees him $16 million, worth $24 total, with all the incentives included, a $6 million signing bonus. But this is what they needed to do, I think, in so much as they had to ensure that they would continue to have some semblance of a run game, which they went into 2025 without. And now they lock up Williams for the next couple of years, which should help stabilize at least that part of the offense and now pivot their attention towards what the heck they're going to do with George Pickens.
Yeah, I remember at the start of the season, it was the Cowboys had nothing in the run game. Who's going to be the main back for the Cowboys? Do they have any semblance of a run game whatsoever? And Javonte Williams, what does he do? Goes out there and has career highs in attempts, rushing yards, rushing touchdowns. So certainly deserves another contract. And I mean, I would imagine he signed the contract, but that he wanted to stay in Dallas because of all of the production that he was able to have there and within that offense. And so now, like you mentioned, George Pickens, that's the next big domino to fall in Dallas, whether or not they franchise him, whether or not they come up with a contract that he agrees to. But it's for a team that usually with Jerry Jones that waits until the very end and likes to drag their feet with a lot of this stuff. I think it's big that they at least got Williams and that contract going early.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is, if you're the Cowboys, I think the first step, maybe not the biggest step, but the first step to a successful offseason was making sure you have Williams coming back. And now, as you pointed out, Kate, you could pivot your attention to whatever kind of sideshow you may get from Jerry Jones and George Pickens this offseason with the scouting combine starting in just a couple of days. Next.
3.
Shot it to Towns. Towns backs in against Finney-Smith, turns, layup, banks it home. The lead is cut to 2.
Massive comeback by the Knicks last night at the Garden against the Rockets. Karl Anthony Towns was a big part of that. The Knicks outscoring Houston 33-15 in the fourth quarter, and Towns had 7 of his team-high 27 points in that fourth quarter. Jalen Brunson shook off a shaky. Do you shake off a shaky start? Whatever. He got it together. He hit 4 big shots in the fourth quarter as well. ESPN with the call there. And eventually the Knicks come all the way back to beat the Rockets. I think this tells us a lot about both of these teams, Kate. The Rockets, 4th in the West coming in after the All-Star break. But we had our off-court questions about Kevin Durant and his Twitter habits and whether he's actually back on his burner game or not. And the Knicks in an East that, look, the Celtics are still waiting for Jason Tatum to get back, but looked absolutely dominant for most of their win out in the Bay against the Warriors right out of the break. You've also got, obviously, the Pistons, who looked really good against those Knicks the other night. This was one the Knicks needed, and to storm back in the fourth quarter the way they did, I think makes you feel a little bit better if you're a Knicks fan about where this team sits in the Eastern Conference and NBA hierarchy down the stretch through the final 25-plus games or so.
Well, Chris, I mean, let's not go as far as KD's back on his burner game. He never left his burner game. He's always been on the burner game. But you wonder what that has done to the locker room over the last week since the All-Star break and all of those rumors. And maybe, I don't know, did that play any role in the chemistry of this team down the stretch in this game yesterday for Houston? Probably not. But always just a fun conversation whenever KD and the burner accounts come up. But in terms of New York, coming back 18 down in the fourth quarter, like that's a big comeback. That's a big momentum builder for the Knicks, who play the Bulls tonight in Chicago. I mean, that's not going to be a tough one. But then you have Cleveland on the road on Tuesday. You have San Antonio. I know that's a Western Conference team, but you still have some big competition coming up. And so to go into this next week, 2 weeks against some of those top teams with some momentum after a win like that, where you beat a fairly good defensive team as well, I think that's big for the Knicks and just kind of how they approach the last fourth of this season.
Yeah, and you mentioned the matchup with the Spurs coming up later this week. That's a possible NBA Finals preview. I don't know if the Rockets belong in that conversation when we talk about a team who could come out of the West for the NBA Finals. I do want to power rank a little bit later, though, because of the, I think, 3 or 4 teams in the East that we could consider legit championship contenders, and maybe the 3 teams in the West that we could consider championship contenders. I want to power rank our favorite possible NBA Finals matchups. We'll do that a little bit later in the show here on BetMGM Game Day, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Don't worry, we'll get back into the Olympic talk in just a minute. Grant just threw in the chat, Kate. I don't know if you saw his note. They took Johnny Gaudreau's son out on the ice for the pick with the gold medal.
It was amazing.
It
was amazing.
I'm gonna get choked up. Next.
2.
Play action for Beck. He's going to take a shot for C.J. Daniels into the end zone. Oh, he caught it for a touchdown.
ESPN Bob Wischusen on the call of a Carson Beck touchdown for Miami against Pitt late in the regular season, and Beck will be one of the rest of the quarterbacks who are at the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis later this week. Quarterbacks will work out next Saturday, this coming Saturday, I guess I should say, which means we'll be able to break it all down next Sunday here on BetMGM Game Day. But Beck, Nussmeier, Ty Simpson, Drew Aller, Cade Klubnik, all these names out of the rest of this batch of quarterbacks not named Fernando, Kate, are going to be in Indy this week. And typically, we've got a few quarterbacks that don't work out at the Combine and don't even show up for it. I'll be curious to see if they all actually work out on Saturday in Indy or if some of them beg off and maybe wait for pro days. But this feels like the most impactful Combine workout day coming up later this week for the quarterbacks that will be there in a long time, because all of these guys are jockeying for that position of, yes, he's the next guy off the board after Fernando Mendoza, even if he's not a first-round pick.
Right, and Mendoza came out yesterday. He's not throwing at the Combine at all. He's going to throw at his pro day with Indiana. But, yes, this is the most the stakes are the highest in this Combine, I think, for this group, because no one really separates themselves from the rest of the pack after Mendoza. Everyone's kind of bunched in. Sure, you could go maybe a second tier with Nussmeier, with Ty Simpson, with Carson Beck. But even then, like, there's still it's such a drop-off from the top that maybe a couple of these guys go out and really wow teams, wow the scouts out there, and their draft stock raises because of that. But I don't think any of the other ones outside of Mendoza really can afford to not throw at the Combine based on their skill set and what they've done this past season and where they're currently projected within the draft.
Yeah, I think it's a conversation worth unwrapping in a little greater detail, which we can do in maybe 5 minutes or so here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. We typically start the show with the high five, the five biggest stories of the week. But when you've got a gold medal overtime being played and being wrapped up as you start the show, you knew we were going to start the show talking about that. And it's also the biggest story of the week.
One.
Around McCarr, United States with numbers. Blocked across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
Kenny Albert on the call on NBC. And real quick, a giant shout out to Kenny Albert, Eddie Olczyk, Brian Boucher, who did a phenomenal job on all of the hockey coverage from Milan, but especially today in the gold medal game. Two big things that I think I need to take away from this, Kate, aside from the fact that Connor Hellebuck played out of his mind for the better part of the final 40 minutes or so. And that's two things. One, I was watching some of the Canadian coverage during the intermissions, and it was a really good point, I thought, brought up by James Duthie on Sportsnet in Canada. He said, this is probably the greatest collection of hockey talent that's ever been on the ice together, as far as these two teams playing each other in a gold medal game. And I think the next step from that is this is quite possibly, and again, I know the Americans had to survive those second and third periods where it didn't look all that pretty, but Kate, this may be the greatest hockey game in the history of the sport, given the level of talent we had out there today.
And given the fact that the Canadians outshot the United States, nearly doubled them up in terms of shots. I've been trying to look for the time of possession to see what that split was, but the performance from the U.S. with Hellebuck, it's just going to overtime, the stakes of it all, not having won since the Miracle team. It doesn't get any better than this. And for people who didn't want to wake up early on a Sunday morning and watch hockey, you missed out. I'm sorry, but this was a phenomenal game and could not have ended any better for the U.S.
And I'll say this is my one final takeaway from this is, if you grew up an American kid watching hockey over the last half century, basically, there were always the memories that you didn't get to remember watching of the Miracle on Ice team, right? You got to see it in grainy footage and the Al Michaels call and the Netflix documentaries and the movie Miracle, which I had to watch last night because it happened to be on. So we had to sit down and watch Miracle last night. You had all those memories, but you didn't yet have your own memory. They were other people's memories. Your own memory of an American gold medal in men's Olympic hockey, and you have it now. This generation has that. And so as a kid who grew up wanting to play hockey, growing up in the United States, never being good enough, mind you, to actually play at any kind of high level, intramurals count, I don't know, beer league count.
Yeah.
It is it is special to have this moment that we got this morning as American hockey fans, and we'll continue to talk about it throughout the day. Like I said, we're hopeful to get some friends who are either over in Milan or covering the game from back home to join us at some point this afternoon here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, Sirius XM Channel 375. Your reactions to the gold medal, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. The best of the rest of those quarterbacks not named Fernando. We tell you what we think of that group next here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Second down and actually 3. And here's the snap back. And Fernando again looks to throw it. Now he's going deep, way deep, and the catch is made. What a play! Guess who? Charlie Becker again. 36 yards. Indiana scores.
Fernando Mendoza to Charlie Becker against Oregon in the Peach Bowl on Westwood One. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, wherever you may be, inside the Westwood One Sports app and live across North America on SiriusXM Channel 375. Continued reaction throughout the afternoon to the Americans beating the Canadians in the men's gold medal hockey game. First gold for the men's American Olympic team in 46 years since the Miracle on Ice. Plenty to get into there. Also, we got lots of college hoops to talk at the top of the hour. Zach knows ball. The NFL scouting combine is later this week. People starting to head out to Indianapolis already for that. We'll get into it. And plenty of NBA as well with the stretch run underway. Yaron Weitzman will join us in the 2 p.m. hour. Joe Rexrode of The Athletic in the 1 p.m. Eastern hour. Whether you're watching the action on the field, the court, or the ice, you want to remember the most exciting moments long after the final whistle. Betting with boosted odds can get you started on that journey. Inside the BetMGM app, activate your odds boost token on any bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if you win. Grab your token and elevate your excitement with BetMGM and make it legendary. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. We can prime the pump here, Kate, and get into a deeper conversation about this later. I know we already touched on it a couple minutes ago. But if you had to take a quarterback from that next group of guys who are coming out in this year's draft, in other words, the guys not named Mendoza, who would you take at this point? And would you look late first round? That's the one we keep seeing in the mock drafts is Ty Simpson, like to the Rams, for example.
Yeah, Simpson would be my next player off the board. And late first round feels okay. Second round, fine. I don't think he's not going near the top of this draft like we've seen the past couple seasons with the Caleb Williams draft where we had 6 quarterbacks go in the first round. Like, we're not getting anything like that. I think Ty Simpson, like you have 2 versions of him, one that's played really well and then one that's kind of been terrible, which early on in the season, the first game of the year, and then the SEC championship against Georgia, he was awful. So holds on to the ball too long. I think that's something that you can kind of coach out of him. He's good at maneuvering in the pocket, good at keeping plays alive to an extent. Again, that kind of leads to holding on to the ball a little too long. But Ty Simpson would be my number 2 quarterback off the board. And yes, certainly at the very earliest, a late first round.
Yeah, I can't get on the Simpson bandwagon. I know I've mentioned this before. We talked about it a bit last week, but I certainly couldn't get on board with a Ty Simpson pick late in the first round. And I don't think he's necessarily going to be the best of the rest of that group of quarterbacks. Like, Simpson strikes me as a guy who, if he ends up in the right system, for example, let's say, like we talked about in LA with the Rams, gets a year or 2 to sit and watch, and he's working with Sean McVay and, Nate Shieldhouse, who just got promoted to OC out there. That could help him top out his ability. And I just don't think his ceiling is quite what the ceiling may be on, for example, I'll throw Nussmeier out there. Nussmeier plays with a sort of confidence and swagger. I had someone mention to me earlier this week the comparison to Baker Mayfield. Like, yeah, it's gonna end in disaster sometimes, but also you want your quarterback to have that level of confidence and believe that he can make any play. And I still think that the experience of Carson Beck, I know the season didn't end the way he wanted it to or the way Hurricanes fans wanted it to, and it was another Carson Beck throw that we all go, there's Carson Beck in a big game. But I really think that experience he gained with the extra year at Miami especially opens him up to the possibility of not stepping right in right away, but maybe being a guy that with minimal seasoning could step in if it's a good situation. None of this works if any of these guys end up with the Jets. If it's a good situation, he gets an opportunity to play, and could become a mid-tier NFL starting quarterback if all goes right. We'll dive back into that conversation a little bit later. But coming up next, a wild Saturday in college basketball. Zach knows ball next here on BetMGM Game Day.
to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Still got the adrenaline coursing through our veins, I think, of the U.S. win over Canada in the gold medal game for the Olympic men's hockey tournament. First gold since the Miracle on Ice team won in 1980. And, Kate, this is a very interesting question. Chris Mack with you alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. You got reactions to the U.S. winning gold, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. I just saw my buddy Dan Potash, who works for Sportsnet Pittsburgh and covers the Pittsburgh Penguins, has for forever now. And he made a point. He tweeted out a picture of Jack Hughes smiling with the two middle teeth missing and said Jack Hughes and that golden Olympic smile will be in Pittsburgh Thursday night as the Devils and the Penguins restart the NHL season against one another. I will say, as someone who was in attendance in 2010 after Sidney Crosby had beaten the American team with the golden goal in Vancouver, the Penguins opened up against the Sabres that time after the Olympics. So American goaltender Ryan Miller was there and got a massive ovation. Naturally, Crosby got an ovation too because it was in Pittsburgh. But if you were going to a game after the Olympic break and it's a division rivalry game, like say Penguins Devils, or I'm sure there will be other instances of this where American players play their first game back on the road against a division rival, will there be standing ovations for these U.S. Olympic hockey players even in hostile cities?
Reluctantly, yes, there will be. They will be reluctant ovations, but I think that you have to be, because at the end of the day, like during the NHL season, you have, your state, your city team, but the overall encompassing of all of that is the country, right? And so to win a gold medal in the fashion that they did, in how long it's taken them since the Miracle on Ice team, like you kind of have to. And I will say, like, I know we mentioned this early on, but like the respect factor in hockey is greater than any other sport, that I feel like even the fans know that that's kind of the bar that's been set. So like if say this was Aaron Rodgers and the Packers coming into the Bears Stadium, I don't really want to, applaud Aaron Rodgers, but if he just won our country a gold medal, I think you have to, because as sports fans, at the end of the day, they recognize greatness, and we just witnessed greatness. So yes, you have to give him a standing ovation. I think it would be wise for the, Pittsburgh, the Penguins to do, like, that would just be a very class act. But again, a very reluctant ovation from those fans. And the moment the ovation's over, it goes back to absolutely hating Jack Hughes and not wanting more of his teeth to get knocked out in that game.
Yeah. No, it'll be an interesting dynamic for the first couple of days back in the NHL around the league. Like, for example, I'm just looking at some of the games that are scheduled. Like the Maple Leafs open up Wednesday night in Tampa. Well, that's Austin Matthews of the Toronto Maple Leafs coming to Tampa, which has actually become, for being in Florida, a pretty solid hockey market, right? Because of all the success the Lightning have had over the last few years, over the last couple of decades, honestly. So, Austin Matthews getting a standing O in Tampa is going to be a weird thing, but it just adds up. It makes sense. Like, the guy was just the captain of the first Olympic team to win gold in 46 years. So, yeah, might be more interesting, say, in Vancouver, where the Winnipeg Jets open up. I don't know if Connor Hellebuck will get the same reception in Vancouver, or if they'll plan something similar even. No, probably not. But yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, because you're a fan of your team, obviously, but like you said, it's your country. It's the Olympics. Like, I never get excited to see Jack Hughes score a goal, because that means the Devils are winning. I don't like the Devils. But when Jack Hughes scores a goal, missing his two front teeth to win gold, it's a completely different level of fandom.
Yeah, how much do you love Jack Hughes right now? Like, you're a big Jack Hughes fan today.
Yeah, he just won us a gold medal. The man's a legend. He goes up there in the pantheon of American hockey players with Mike Eruzione, right?
Of course. Like, get your butt out of your seat when the Devils come into town and stand for 10, 15 seconds, put your beer down, give him a couple claps, and then you can go back to hating him. But for right now, he's the hero of our country for winning us a gold medal.
Yeah, and get some love to Connor Hellebuck the next time the Winnipeg Jets roll through your city, too, if you happen to be a hockey fan, because they don't win that game without him. Plenty to talk about aside from the American men beating the Canadians in the gold medal game in overtime. We will continue to talk about that throughout the afternoon. Hopefully going to get some friends on to talk about it as well. Surprisingly, my text to Eddie Olczyk, who I guess was busy calling a game, haven't been returned yet. So we'll see if we hear from Edzo or anybody else, whether they were covering the game stateside or in Italy. But it was a massive Saturday in college basketball, especially at the top of the ranks. And our producer, Zach Kroll, knows college basketball. He was the guy who last week, Kate, when we were crawling out from underneath our 6-month mountain of football, got us back on stride, ready to roll for the stretch run of the college basketball regular season. And so we bring Zach back now to talk about the biggest moments in yesterday's action. And we got to start in D.C., Zach, where Duke beats Michigan 68-63, 3 dimes away from a triple-double for Cam Boozer. Duke now 25-2, and I presume the number 1 team in the country when the next set of rankings come out. That's probably, I think, less surprising that Duke played well, that Boozer played well, than Michigan looking kind of shaky in that second half. And I think Kate made a great point. I don't know what you think, Zach. They haven't played a lot of tight games. And this was the first tight game against a quality opponent, and I don't know how prepared they are for those down the stretch.
Absolutely, and that's crazy because the Big Ten, especially at the top, is such a good league. But when you look at Michigan, they shot the ball really well in their statement win on Tuesday night at Purdue. The narrative coming out of that game was, it's Michigan and everybody else. Could anyone beat this team? The one flaw with Michigan is what we saw last night. If their guards aren't shooting the ball well, I think that's the way you really beat them. There's some questions about Elliot Cadeau, their point guard. He's a transfer from North Carolina. He's had a very up and down career, a lot of highs, a lot of lows. But I did want to focus on Duke for my first question coming out of last night's action. And that's the fact that Jon Scheyer, Duke's head coach, he's in his 4th year. I think we need to be talking about him more. This is a team that made the Final Four last year. They really should have made the national championship game if it wasn't for a crazy miracle comeback by Houston. And I feel like this guy isn't getting enough credit for the job that he's done since taking over for Coach K. Those are crazy shoes to fill. We're seeing it in college football right now with Kalen DeBoer at Alabama and how difficult of a time he's doing, replacing the GOAT in Nick Saban. But I'll ask you guys, is Jon Scheyer not getting enough credit for the fact that he's really elevated the Duke program since Coach K stepped down a couple of years back? Kate, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think he deserves more credit. I mean, the teams that he's had in the short time since he's been head coach have been dominant teams. And granted, you get good players when you're the head coach of Duke, but the what's the word I'm looking for? Not scouting, drafting. The recruiting hasn't dropped off at all since Coach K left. And that was, somewhat of a question mark of, is the recruiting still going to be as high level as it was with Jon Scheyer? And I think he's answered those questions of, yes, it is. Look at the roster he has this year and making it, to the Final Four last year? Or did they lose in the Elite Eight? They lost to Houston.
No, they were Final Four last year. It was Elite Eight the year before, yeah.
And so to have back-to-back runs like that, this is a team that could very well make it to the Final Four, if not win a national championship. I think Jon Scheyer deserves a ton of credit.
Yeah, I think he deserves credit too. I think it's not, people aren't going to acknowledge the job he's doing for a lot of the reasons we've already mentioned. Krzyzewski's shoes are enormous. To your point, Kate, you're the head coach at Duke. It's Duke. You should be able to recruit high-level players. But there is credit to be given for taking those players and maximizing their abilities. I don't think that credit will fully be given over to Jon Scheyer, Zach, until he wins a title. And maybe that's this year, right? I think if they play games the way they played the second half last night against Michigan, then they've got a real good chance to not just go to the Final Four, but win it all. So I think once he gets there, that's when people will finally, especially Duke fans, finally be able to sort of breathe that sigh of relief and say, okay, we're in good hands. This guy can win a title too.
No doubt. And Duke on the season has 2 losses by a combined 4 points. So even when they lose, the games have been very, very close. Kate, last night we saw BYU without Richie Saunders. That injury news broke right as we were getting off the air last week. They upset Iowa State last night, and I know you have some thoughts, so I'll throw it over to you.
Well, I was going to ask you with AJ DeBanza going 29, 10, and 9 for the game. Like, can he be enough to carry this BYU team without his counterpart that's now out for the season? Like, what now as number 23 ranked team in the country and a team that had extremely high hopes? How much does AJ DeBanza have to do now going forward to make this a deep NCAA run for BYU?
We had a triple-double last night in their upset win over Iowa State, and I think we're seeing right in front of our very eyes that this kid is playing himself into becoming the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. We know there's a lot of conversation about Darren Peterson. Ironically, he actually played over 30 minutes yesterday for Kansas. The problem was they got blown out by Cincinnati.
For Darren Peterson. Right? He actually played. Congratulations.
Woo! Good for him.
But isn't it funny how that works? The one game he actually plays, Kansas gets blown out by unranked Cincinnati. It kind of felt to me that Bill Self and the rest of that team was just completely over the situation. That's really the first time we've seen them crack this season yesterday. So that was my main takeaway from BYU's win. As great as it was, it's that Bansa, his stock is rising. Peterson, his stock is all of a sudden falling.
Yeah, and I think my main takeaway from that game last night, the late one between BYU and Iowa State, was Iowa State, their losses have only come on the road in the most difficult conference in basketball. A lot of people are going to look at this, I think, and look at it from the BYU perspective, and that's fine, and say, okay, like you're saying, Zach, this is DeBansa stepping up and throwing the team on his back. And I think it's something they need after the way they've spiraled the last couple of months and the last week or so in the wake of the Richie Saunders injury. But this is Iowa State's fourth loss of the year, and they've all come on the road in the Big 12. And I'll swallow that if I'm a Cyclones fan. Like, okay, we have 4 losses, and they all happen to be on the road in the toughest conference in basketball. We will live with that. I'm curious to see what happens down the stretch for them. They should be able to win on the road at Utah. They should be able to handle Texas Tech at home, although that will be a big test for the Red Raiders without Toppin, obviously. And they should win their finale at home against Arizona State. The big one left for Iowa State, obviously, is the penultimate game of the regular season when they play Arizona. I think it's a week from, this is bad math, a week from Monday night, I think it is. So that'll be the big one for them. On the road at Arizona, do they finally get that win on the road in the Big 12, or is that the only thing that Iowa State can't do? So that was my big takeaway from there. And I'm glad you brought up Kansas-Cincinnati, Zach, because, Kate, I don't know what you thought of that, but watching Kansas literally just fall apart down the stretch over the final 5-6 minutes of that game was I think there's a lot of questions about Bill Self and how he's handling that team right now.
Well, I mean, I kind of give Bill Self almost a little bit of a pass because it's so odd. There's just this whole situation with Darren Peterson. How does he get his late game lineups comfortable with each other? Like, at some point, not having Darren Peterson in the game as much as he should be playing for the level of player that he is. And I know he played 32 minutes yesterday, but like the continuity, the chemistry, especially down the stretch of games. And this one wasn't even necessarily close, but like just having a player of Peterson's caliber that's in and out of the lineup all the time, like that has to be one tough for Bill Self, but also like uncharted territory. Like when was the last time we've seen this type of situation in college basketball? I don't think really ever. So yes, Bill Self as a Hall of Fame coach, one that's won multiple national titles, should have his team better prepared, but also it's kind of unprecedented in terms of like it's such a weird situation at Kansas that he's constantly just tweaking things and changing lineups and players getting comfortable with each other. And at this point in the season, that shouldn't be an issue whatsoever, but here we are. Yeah,
they feel really disjointed at this point in the year, Zach. And I had a lot of questions about Kansas earlier in the season, and they seemed to right the ship for a bit. Maybe that was just Peterson's singular talent when he decides to actually be in the game, taking over. I don't know. But this is not a team, when you start to identify teams who might be ripe to not make it to the second weekend of the tournament, Kansas would be one of those teams for me.
Yep.
It seemed yesterday, everyone kind of just seemed checked out. Melvin Council, who was their other top guard, he shot 3 of 13 from the field. And Cincinnati, that's all of a sudden a very interesting story. They've now won 4 games in a row, but before this 4-game winning streak started, their head coach, Wes Miller, a guy that was really on the hot seat, he was in the locker room, like outside, apologizing to fans after they lost a home game earlier in the year. So all of a sudden, Cincinnati, that's a team to keep an eye on. We know Bill Self doesn't lose at home at the Phog. So a lot of interesting storylines around college basketball coming out of yesterday.
Yeah, not just a loss, an ugly loss at that. Yeah. We still haven't talked about Mick Cronin going nuclear on UCLA in the media this week and how that may have, charged the Bruins up in their big upset win over Illinois yesterday. And also haven't talked about Houston, Arizona. Some major dents in the Cougars' armor, I think, that we can get into a little bit later. Joe Rexrode of The Athletic will join us to talk college hoops in about 1 hour from now here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375, where north of the border, if you're listening, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Because I'm not. We won the gold, USA, USA. Oh, yeah, and free agency isn't that far off in the NFL. The best fits player team-wise in NFL free agency, which starts in a couple weeks, coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
Grant, my bad. Joe will be at 12:48 Central. So we still have time. Yeah, 1:20 Eastern.
breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
What a time to be alive if you're an American hockey fan or just an American sports fan. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. We will draft our favorite fits for NFL free agents and what teams we think they would best work with in just a couple of minutes here. About an hour from now, Joe Rexrode of The Athletic will talk college basketball with us. And at the top of the hour, I think there are three teams that if they were to once again miss the playoffs next year, they'd be in trouble in the NFL. Like, you'd have some serious questions. And one of them, I think, is an easy pick, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Who's the most likely of those three teams? The Chiefs, the Ravens, the Lions, to miss the playoffs again next year? We'll get into that at the top of the hour, but it's a great day to be an American sports fan. Not only did the men beat Canada in overtime to win gold, but the women did the exact same damn thing a couple days ago, Kate. It's amazing. It's crazy how we have really reached a point where I don't want to say all of the talent in the hockey world. Look, the Swedes, the Finns, there are other countries that have lots of hockey talent. Obviously, if Russia had been a part of this, maybe they would have been a part of the conversation. But all of the best talent, most, I should say, of the best talent in hockey now resides in North America in both the men's and the women's games.
It feels like there's no chasing of Canada or any other country in hockey. And maybe the U.S., maybe that's bold to say that the U.S. has been chasing other countries with the talent that they've had, but for both the men and the women to come out on top. And I know that the men's team prior to this morning's game talked about like using the women's win and gold medal game as kind of motivation for this one. Like, they just got it done. We have to get it done too. We have to hold up our end of the bargain. And so like, this is huge for the U.S. to not only come away with one gold in either men's or women's, but both of them with the amount of talent. And you've said it multiple times throughout the first hour and a half of the show, Chris, is like the amount of talent on that Canadian team, specifically for the men, is like unprecedented. You just go through the list, the roster, and it's like the top player on every NHL team, top one or two, is on that Canadian team. And so for both men and women to come home with gold medals, I think it's just, massive for our country.
And what I think is important, too, is to note that you could say the same about the American rosters. Like, I'll be honest, I don't watch much, if any, of the PWHL, but there are a ton of Americans in that league. And obviously, you go down the men's roster, and you could say the same thing. The Hughes brothers, the Tkachuk brothers, Austin Matthews. You go down that list, Connor Hellebuck, and it's the best player on any given NHL team. And it's something that, I mentioned earlier. Okay, this generation of American hockey fans finally has their moment that they can put up there on a pedestal next to the Miracle on Ice. But it's very different at the same time in that was the scrappy underdog team of college kids against the giant Russian machine. Not in the gold medal game, but to get over the hump there. And this is a team that's almost just as talented as the Canadian team. I mean, it's right there. They actually threw it up on a graphic during one of the semifinal games, I think it was. The American team by NHL payroll is actually has a greater payroll than the Canadian team. So, there is a ton of talent on the American roster. And what this is, as opposed to 1980 and the Miracle on Ice and winning gold that year when it was, again, the scrappy underdog college kids. This is proof that what the Miracle on Ice started 46 years ago is now finally producing results for the men's Olympic hockey team, in that hockey really started to take off in the U.S. in the 80s because of the Miracle on Ice into the 90s. And we're a couple generations down the line now, but we are finally starting to bear fruit from that, which is having a team that's just as talented as the Canadian roster and actually going out and winning the gold with that roster.
Well, and I think it's important to note that it's a fairly young, is it fair to say it's a fairly young roster too? So it's not like it's a bunch of old players that are aging and might be their last Olympics. This is a team that we could have in 4 years and really, be a dynasty. Even more so than
as much as you could get that in the Olympics. Yeah. No, I think it's an important point because, again, as a kid who grew up loving hockey in the States, I remember the 1996 World Cup of Hockey team that won gold. And that was an older team. That was Mike Richter and Jeremy Roenick and Tony Amonte and Chris Chelios. And those guys were deep into their careers at that point. And this is not a young team, but there are young guys out there and guys who haven't yet maybe quite crested the peak of their careers. And so I think that's a really important point to take away from this, is that this level of American talent isn't a one-shot deal. This isn't going anywhere.
Right. This is a team that we could see in 4 years, maybe some of those players even in 2 Olympics from now. And to have Jack Hughes is young, right? To have the winner of the winning goal scorer be a young player, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it kind of is just symbolic of what might be to come for this U.S. team going forward.
And I will say, as much as I banged the drum for not playing boring, conservative Mike Sullivan hockey, the U.S. head coach, in this tournament, it ended up working for them. It nearly didn't, because they were absolutely besieged for the final 40 minutes of regulation. But in the end, it worked because Connor Hellebuck stood on his head. But in the end, I guess it worked. So congratulations to Mike Sullivan and the coaching staff and Bill Guerin, who put the team together, as well. The Americans winning gold over the Canadians in overtime over in Milan. We'll continue to react to it. Welcome your reactions as well all afternoon long here on BetMGM Game Day. 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, NFL free agency is only 15 days away. March 9th, officially March 11th, but March 9th starts the legal tampering period. So 2 weeks from tomorrow, you'll start to hear about guys coming to agreements with teams, if not officially signing them until March 11th. So let's draft our favorite NFL free agent fits. What teams we think they fit best with. We'll each make 5 picks, and we'll snake back and forth just a little bit. Kate, I'll let you go first, and then I'll take the next.
All right, here's one that I really, really like. Rico Dowdle to the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
I think that J.K. Dobbins is a free agent this year, so he could be gone, and I think he should be gone with the injury history that he has had throughout his career. So you have Rico Dowdle, who, as soon as Chuba Hubbard went down in Carolina this past season, Dowdle was the workhorse back there, and he put up some massive numbers. I think if the Broncos had a running back similar to a Rico Dowdle and it was able to have those types of numbers, I think their run game would be significantly better. You have RJ Harvey in the backfield that you can kind of pair with him, a younger player, but I think Rico Dowdle going over to play in Sean Payton's system would be great for him.
That's not a bad look. I definitely had a running back addition to the Broncos on my board when I started to think about some of the best fits, because like what you said, Dobbins, I don't know if he's a part of it going forward. And we know every team needs to have 2 backs that they trust can step in and start. So Dowdle to Denver is a good one. My first one is simple. It's a guy who has not been happy where he is for the last couple of years, who has been jerked around by ownership, and a team who is desperate for impact players in the front 7. My first one would be Trey Hendrickson to the Washington Commanders. This is a place where they have some cap space. They've got the ability to bring in Hendrickson, who albeit is late in his career, but who could provide instant impact to that front seven in Washington, which they need. And I think Washington, low-key, if Jaden Daniels can stay healthy, belongs right back in the discussion in the NFC East if they could put something together in the front seven to balance the field just a little bit, balance the roster just a little bit. So I'll go Trey Hendrickson to Washington as my first overall pick in our draft of best free agency fits. And second, I'm going to go Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker III. Talk about teams that are looking for running backs in free agency. The Houston Texans. I mean, if that offense had had a little bit more balance and did not have to put so much on C.J. Stroud's shoulders, would they have been able to steal an extra playoff win? Maybe. Stroud still hasn't refound the form from his rookie season. I think you've got to seriously consider in Houston rebalancing that offense, finding yourself a running game, and go get yourself a guy who can be a strong 1A, maybe to Woody Mark's 1B, and that would be Kenneth Walker III. Are you going to overpay because of the Super Bowl MVP? Yeah, probably. But the way he played down the stretch in the regular season, into the playoffs, and with Zach Charbonnet out into the Super Bowl, if they're not going to tag him in Seattle, jump on him early in free agency. I would take Kenneth Walker III to Houston as a great fit. What do you have next, Kate?
I actually really like that one, Chris. That's a great one. I'm going to go Mike Evans to Buffalo. Pair him with Josh Allen. I'm not sure Tampa Bay will be willing to give up Mike Evans. They may just sign him. I mean, I guess he's a free agent. It's his choice, but they may make it the offer too enticing for him to leave. But if you could get and I know Evans is kind of on the back end of his career, dealt with injuries this past year, but if you could get a veteran receiver to pair with Josh Allen and kind of help some of those younger, the Keon Coleman's, younger receiving core along, I think that would be, especially to have a go-to receiver for Josh Allen, because he really hasn't had that the past couple years, is like that true number one go-to. I like Mike Evans in Buffalo.
I've heard, you're not the first person. It's a good call, but you're not the first person I've heard mention that possibility, because look at Buffalo when they don't have the kind of receiving core that Josh Allen needs. I think there is a valuable question, like you said, about Evans being at the very tail end of his career. Would he be healthy? How much impact is he truly going to have? But just to get you another weapon on the outside so that you're not constantly funneling everything to the tight ends, which seems to be a default mechanism, or dump offs to James Cook or whatever it may be, seems to be the default mechanism in the Buffalo offense when they run into trouble or Allen sees pressure. He's not going to be able to run like he does forever. So you need to have some other weapons available to Josh Allen. That's a really good call. Who else do you have?
My other one is Rashid Shaheed. He is a free agent this year. I think the Seahawks need to bring him back. You just traded multiple picks for him. Why do you let him go after one season? And after a season where it was a little bit of a slow start when he got there, but he kind of turned things on late. He's your deep ball threat, vertical target for Sam Darnold. I think he needs to be staying in Seattle. So, I mean, despite being a free agent, I think Seattle needs to do everything they can to re-sign him.
I think that's a really good call. I think Shaheed may be another one of these Seahawks players who, on the back of winning a Super Bowl, capitalizes on the opportunity. Any team that's interested in wide receivers in this free agent market, it's not a very deep class of free agent wide receivers. There's some talent at the top. You mentioned Evans, Shaheed. There's a guy who I'm going to pick here in just a second, who is also being talked about. But once you get past the first 3 or 4 names, there's a lot of question marks. So Shaheed, I think, is going to be definitely in demand. If Seattle could hold on to him, that would be huge. So I'll make my 4th and 5th picks and then let you get your final 2 picks in as we draft the best free agent fits this offseason in the NFL. The next one, Alec Pierce to the Steelers. And I don't say this selfishly as a Steelers fan. I don't. But I think if you're going to inevitably run it back one more time with Rodgers, you're going to have to add something to that receiving core. We saw what a mess they were when DK Metcalf was suspended at the regular season. there was no one open. They were working with the hollowed out husks of MVS and Adam Thielen. I mean, there was just not a lot. Calvin Austin III, who they like there in Pittsburgh, but he's also an unrestricted free agent. He may not be back. It's DK and nothing. Bless you. I saw the sneeze if I didn't hear it, Kate.
Thank you.
So they need to add to that receiver room, both in the draft and in free agency. Alec Pierce to Pittsburgh makes a ton of sense, even if they have to overpay just a little, because, like I said, this receiving free agent class is not that deep. And then you mentioned in addition to the Denver offense earlier, I will mention one, but at a different position. Kyle Pitts to the Broncos would be enormous. They've got the weapons on the outside. They've got the running game, although, like we've talked about, it may require an addition if Dobbins is not back. I think that's the one spot when I look at the weaponry on offense where they could take a big step up in Denver, would be adding Kyle Pitts to that mix, another weapon for Bo Nix to dump the ball off to when he's in trouble. So I'll add Alec Pierce to the Steelers, and I'll add Kyle Pitts to the Broncos for my final two picks. Are those my final two? I can't keep count.
Yeah.
I lost track.
I think so.
In our best free agency fit draft. Who do you have?
I have Alec Pierce on my list as well, but not going to the Steelers. I have him going to the Tennessee Titans. You now have Brian Daboll as the offensive coordinator there. Cam Ward, his second season. He's got a big arm, and Alec Pierce is one of the best downfield players. He can certainly produce in that manner. So I think that could be a decent fit there in Tennessee. And then talking about the former Indianapolis Colt, Alec Pierce, here's another one that I think needs to stay put in free agency, and that is Daniel Jones, quarterback. I know he's coming off of the Achilles injury, but I just don't know where Indianapolis pivots from Daniel Jones. Like, who else is out there that you feel like can go start and play significantly better than he did last year? Because before he got injured, I mean, Daniel Jones was playing the best football of his entire career. And you have the examples now of like the Sam Darnold making his comeback, the Mac Jones making his type of comeback. Like Daniel Jones, maybe it is as simple as just the better fit. I think that they need to bring Daniel Jones back as quarterback, because I'm not sure there's too many options out there that are significantly better.
Yeah, the rest of the quarterback class in free agency is not all that startlingly great either. It's a bad year for both quarterbacks and receivers in free agency. I do owe one more pick. My last one would be Reek Woolen, another Seahawk, to Baltimore, where they have struggled to find consistency at corner over the last couple of years. I think that would make a ton of sense. So there are our lists of our top 5 free agency fits. We'll get back into the NFL at the top of the hour. When we talk about teams who missed the playoffs last year, there are 3 big names who I think could all be in danger of missing the playoffs again this coming season. But next, some fiery hot takes that we could either launch into the sun or fully embrace. GTFO or oh yeah, that's next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Chris, is it cool if you leave this segment? I've just been like emailing people, like talking to people for the show, and I got to catch up on everything. So cool. Grant, did Mitch text you? Yeah, I'll text him back. Okay. Gotcha. No, we're good. You hit it less.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
With you all day here on Westwood One Sports, at least until 4 Eastern, 3 Central, 1 Pacific. It is BetMGM Game Day, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375, always inside your Westwood One Sports app. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Top of the hour. A serious question for teams who missed the playoffs in the NFL last year that we just think of as annual contenders now. What if they all miss the playoffs again in 2026? Or at the very least, is that a chance? We'll get into those 3 teams. I'll let you know specifically who we're talking about at the top of the hour. Less than an hour from now, right around 1:20 Eastern, Joe Rexrode of The Athletic will talk college hoops with us, as it was a crazy day in college basketball yesterday. But today the story is USA, USA.
USA. USA.
The men beat the Canadians in the gold medal game. Jack Hughes with the overtime winner.
USA, 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 USA.
And just 2 days, Kate, after the women won on Megan Keller's golden goal in overtime against the Canadians as well. So this may be the greatest Olympics. No, it is the greatest Olympics in U.S. hockey history. But as we play GTFO, or oh yeah, I'm going to lob takes at you. You tell me to either GTFO with them or oh yeah, you agree. I'm going to start with an Olympic take. The Jack Hughes goal is the greatest moment in American hockey history. Yes, I'm including the Miracle on Ice. GTFO or oh yeah?
Oh, that's tough, Chris. Recency
Not supposed to be
bias
easy,
is a
Kate. Not
terrible
supposed to be
drug.
easy.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Okay.
after watching this morning, the drama of it all unfold, beating this Canadian roster, and in the manner that the U.S. did after getting, like, let's be real, significantly outplayed for that entire most of that game. Like, I mean, Canada almost doubled them up in shots on goal. And then to have Jack Hughes without his front tooth coming down the ice in overtime to win it, I'm going to go, oh, yeah.
I think I'm with you. Like, I think it's important to remember what I said earlier. And Zach clipped it. I got to throw it up on social media for those of you that follow Westwood One Sports. It is our, not Miracle on Ice. Okay, let's be clear, because that was, like I said earlier, the scrappy upstart college kids coming together to beat the mighty Russian machine, okay? And it had a lot of political implications at the time, too. Socio-political implications. You watch that Netflix documentary that came out last month, and it's obvious, right? The American economy was in the dumper. The Russians had just invaded Afghanistan, and there was a lot going on. The Iran hostage thing was still going on. I feel like this is history class now. I don't want to try and over-educate everyone. You could go back and, like I said, watch the Netflix documentary. But there was a lot going on in America at the time. And to beat the mighty Russian hockey team, the Soviet hockey team, was huge at that time. But I think if we keep it to hockey, all right? I'm not going to talk socio-political implications, because I think the dynamic is obviously different between the U.S. and Canada. Just hockey-wise, this is the biggest moment in American hockey history. Like you said, Jack Hughes, smiling like a butcher's dog with the teeth missing, winning in OT against the mighty Canadians. Yes, it's a very good American team. We went over that earlier. But for me, maybe it's a prisoner of the moment thing, as our board op Grant noted in the chat. I'll be a prisoner of the moment. Recency bias, like you said, is a hell of a drug. I feel like Rick James right now on Chappelle's show. Recency bias is a hell of a drug. But it is. I'm high on recency bias right now. And so the Jack Hughes goal right now, maybe when I take a step back in a month or two and have a little more historical perspective, I'll change my mind. But right now, the Jack Hughes goal is the greatest moment in American hockey history. All right, GTFO or oh yeah, where I throw things at Kate in this instance, and she tells me whether the GTFO with it or oh yeah. This needs to be Mick Cronin's last season at UCLA. GTFO or oh yeah?
I'm going to go, oh yeah, with this one. I don't think Mick Cronin is going to change. Like, he would get another job somewhere else and the same type of behavior, same type of kind of madness would happen. But I think it's time for UCLA to get a fresh face in there, because this is just kind of getting old, right? Like, it happens every single year, and it's old, especially when your team is, and I know he's had some really good teams over the last 4 or 5 years, but especially when your team is not a top tier team in college basketball right now, to have this type of behavior, it's just tiring. And so I think UCLA would benefit from a fresh face there. Again, Mick Cronin's going to continue to be Mick Cronin anywhere else he goes. So it's not like we're getting rid of that in college basketball altogether. But in terms of the Bruins, I think they need a fresh face.
You know, it's interesting, I think, on a day where we're probably going to compare everything to Olympic hockey, and rightfully so, because it's the story of the day. I wonder if Mick Cronin is building this sort of us against the world mentality. And if it may, I mean, a huge upset win against Illinois yesterday, right?
Yep.
And if it works, if they go on a run, I think it's a valuable question if he's not gone, if he's extended, if he's around even longer at UCLA. Because sometimes you get these coaches who are abrasive and rub everybody the wrong way, and they want to go after the media and press conferences, all these things that Cronin has done. They send their players off after getting into it in the middle of a game. All these things that we go, oh, I can't believe he did that. but it builds much like what Herb Brooks built in 1980, where he had the entire team pulling together in the same direction because they all hated Herbie and the way he treated them. It might be building a similar kind of us against the world mentality or us against him mentality, and the players go out there to show Mick Cronin, hey, we're going to win just to show you what we really are capable of, coach. I wonder if maybe there's something to that. So I would say GTFO. I think Mick Cronin's back, especially if they have some level of success in the tournament.
I mean, college coaches are very calculated. Cronin knows what he's doing.
Yup. They're usually masters of that head game that Cronin definitely seems to be playing. And like I said, it worked yesterday against Illinois. Coming up next, 3 teams that we think of as yearly contenders in the NFL all missed the playoffs last year, and I think each has a significant chance to miss the playoffs this year. Who's most likely to miss out in 2026? That's next here on BetMGM Game Day.
All right, guys, I think we got a hockey game. I just need to find out who exactly. Like 40 people last time. I need to figure out who exactly this guy is and get him ready. Hold on. His name is Jesse. He's fantasy hockey. Oh, he's from the Hockey News. That's... Max, as of right now, Rexrod is phone, Yaron is video. I will keep you updated on how and what time too.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
3 teams that are considered yearly Super Bowl contenders missed the playoffs this past year in 2025, and I think all 3 have a shot to miss again for various reasons in 2026, but which one is most likely? We'll get into that conversation in just a moment. Joe Rexrode of The Athletic will talk college hoops with us in 20 minutes here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. I'm Chris Mack with Kate Constable alongside. For those of you north of the border, I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. We finally beat you in a gold medal game, the men anyway. So both men and women American Olympic hockey teams win gold. Jack Hughes with the overtime winner. Just about, 2 hours ago now? 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. And we're still reacting to it here on BetMGM Game Day. The one thing we haven't mentioned yet, Kate, that I imagine they have to be absolutely just in pain over north of the border. And hello again to our guests on Sirius XM Channel 375. North of the 49th parallel. Nathan McKinnon missing that wide open net in the third period has to go. That's got to just be killing him right now, because McKinnon scores on that probably 99 times out of 100, but he just shanked it ever so slightly. And Connor Hellebuck, who had an amazing game and should have won tournament MVP, but didn't. Connor McDavid did. Okay, whatever. Have fun. Put that on the wall next to your silver medal, Connor. Nathan McKinnon had Hellebuck beat there. And the fact that he just completely missed the net has to be brutal. That on top of Hellebuck getting his paddle down to stop Devon Taves in the third period as well. Just killer moments for the Canadians that they usually capitalize on.
That's my bad. Something just went off. If you heard that noise.
I heard a little fuzzy blast, but I didn't think anything of it. You're good.
Okay, sorry. That was very loud on my end. A little Freebird action just rang free on my computer. So sorry to interrupt you there, Chris, but I'll just add to that. Yes, the McKinnon doesn't get much more wide open than that. The Taves, and then Celebrini had basically a breakaway, 15 minutes left in that game, and he has an opportunity to score there. And based on how the trajectory of the game and how that was going, that likely would have been enough for the Canadians to win. Any one of those 3, just adding one, going up a 2-1 lead with how the U.S. was playing, especially offensively, I think that would have sealed the deal.
Yeah, and you add in the McDavid breakaway at one point as well. I want to say that was late second period where he never got a shot off, just stick-handled into Hellebuck's pads. There were multiple opportunities for the Canadians to take this game by the throat, and they never did. The 5-on-3. Now, you give Hellebuck a ton of credit, obviously, for most of those. But, yeah, it's got to be tough. You brought up Connor McDavid earlier and how this has to burn him. once again being the bridesmaid, this time at the Olympic level as opposed to the Stanley Cup playoffs, but once again being the bridesmaid. And if you're a Canadian hockey fan, I think you have to ask yourself the question of, yes, we may have the most, especially offensively gifted, we may have the most talented roster, but do we have the guys who are coming up big in those championship moments? And short of last year in the Four Nations, they haven't had that either at the NHL level or the Olympic level.
I just don't know who else you go to there. Because there's no one else. And sure, there are other players that maybe can play at that level and make an impact, but like in terms of clutch players, you've already gotten everyone on the roster. They just haven't been showing up in those big moments. Even to have remind me, the Canadians had the U.S. had the power play late, the 4-minute in the third
the
quarter
double minor, after Hughes got high sticked by Bennett,
But it just is like, I don't know what the other options are for Canada.
Yeah, I think in that moment, you want one of your second-tier guys to step up, right? Like, Devon Taves is a great example, but like I said, Hellebuck gets the paddle down. I think Celebrini could be that guy going forward just because of the immense level of talent that kid has for a 19-year-old. Even NHL fans don't get to see Celebrini on a regular basis necessarily unless you live out west, because you're not staying up to watch San Jose Sharks games. You're not. I'm sorry. The Sharks are bad. Celebrini is one of the few, if not only, bright spots on that team. And I think once he has a quality team around him, you're going to see Celebrini maybe step up to that level and become the superstar who can win you games. You know, when you think back, for example, to the Crosby golden goal in Vancouver in 2010. But McDavid, McKinnon, and Celebrini are their three best options in those moments. And McDavid, like I said, stick handles into Hellebuck's pads. Celebrini doesn't finish on a breakaway either, and McKinnon misses the wide open net. So when your most talented players don't come up in those moments, you need the second-tier guys. And look, the Hughes brothers aren't second-tier guys on the American team, but I think that's one of the benefits the American team had, is that there weren't necessarily – it felt like a deeper forward group, even if it wasn't as talented. I don't know if that makes sense, but you know that any of the guys asked to jump up and make a play, Hughes included, when we talk about defensemen on this team, there were plenty of options. Any one of those dudes has it in them to step up and make that play. And maybe that's just 2020 hindsight in light of Quinn Hughes scoring against Sweden and his brother Jack scoring against Canada. But anybody seems eligible to make that play on the U.S. roster, whereas on the Canadian roster, I don't know if it was something about gripping the sticks too tight after you dominated for 40 minutes and, you know, you couldn't capitalize. So something was in there about the way the Canadians could not finish when they had so many opportunities to do so.
Well, it's an opportunity for a lot of those mid-tier players to make a name for themselves too. Like it doesn't get much better than that in terms of an opportunity to elevate your name, your brand, all of that. But they're just not. It's not happening. But again, I think some of that also needs to go to the credit of Hellebuck and what he did today, because like any other goalie, I think a lot of those guys that you mentioned, the Celebrini, McKinnon, like they're probably going to score on those opportunities. They just ran into one of the best goalies in the world on his very best day as well.
Yeah, so we'll continue to break down the U.S. winning gold for the first time in 46 years since the Miracle on Ice team won it at Lake Placid in 1980 throughout the afternoon here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. We'll be with you until 4 Eastern. Hopefully get some friends to jump in and give us some comments as well. You're welcome to jump in as well, both on YouTube, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight is where you can find the live YouTube stream of the show and leave some comments there, or on the phone, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. I mentioned, though, before break, Kate, about 10 minutes ago, the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Lions all missed the playoffs this year. And I look at each one of those teams and ask myself, could all three of them miss the playoffs again in 2026? And I think for different reasons, each one of them is a decent chance to miss the playoffs. Maybe the Lions a little less so. I don't know what you think. When you look at these three teams in particular, who is most likely to miss the playoffs a second year in a row in 2026 of these perennial Super Bowl contenders?
Chris, it's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Missing it twice in a row. I don't think that is a long shot hot take by any means. I think that just could be the reality for Kansas City. One, Mahomes says he's going to be back week 1. Is he? And how is he 100% or is he just out there, right? Because Mahomes has been asked the past, I guess last season, to kind of save this team in moments throughout the game. I don't think if he's not 100% with that Achilles injury, he's not, or ACL, he's not going to be the same Patrick Mahomes that can scramble and move and create. You also just have the AFC West is getting better, right? Like the Broncos have arrived essentially. The Chargers, even with all the injuries they had last year, Herbert and Harbaugh, and now you have Mike McDaniel going over there as the offensive coordinator. So that offense is going to be pretty good. You have aging players on the roster in terms of Travis Kelce. Is he even going to be back? So I think this is a team that could be on the brink of going back-to-back seasons, not back-to-back Super Bowls, Chris, back-to-back seasons missing the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm with you. I made this argument earlier in the week, filling in for Nick Costos on You Better You Bet. I think Kansas City's at the top of the list as well. You mentioned Mahomes. Even if he is back for week 1, and even if he is deemed 100% healthy, we've seen repeatedly how players, when they come back from these devastating, catastrophic injuries like an ACL or an Achilles or whatever it may be, they come back and they're able to play, but they don't quite look like themselves for a while. It usually takes a full calendar year following the injury to get all the way back. I'll reference Aiden Hutchinson and the Lions. After the broken leg, yeah, he was able to come back and play this year, but did he really look like Aiden Hutchinson until maybe the final 7 or 8 weeks of the season? I didn't think so. And so that's another example of, regardless of position, and we see it in other sports too, guys come back from major injuries and it takes them longer to get back to truly being themselves, if they do, than it does to simply get back on the field, on the court, on the ice, whatever it may be. So I'm with you. Kelce is a big question mark as well. Like you said, the lack of run game, we talked about all the teams that need to be interested in the free agent market at running back. They need to be super interested. They need to make a run at a Kenneth Walker III, or you mentioned Rico Dowdle. I don't even think those guys necessarily would be an instant fix for the run game, but it would certainly help provide some balance while Mahomes gets his feet back underneath him. And then the defense has their issues as well. It's not getting any younger. Chris Jones is well into his mid to upper 30s. So there's a lot of reasons I agree with you that the Chiefs are at the top of the list. I think the Ravens are another one to keep an eye on, though. Mm-hmm. You've got a young, new, inexperienced head coach coming in. And this isn't a knock on Jesse Minter. I think Jesse Minter is eventually going to be a very good head coach, and he's going to be a problem for other AFC North teams and teams around the conference for a long time, as long as Lamar Jackson is healthy and playing well. But as long as Lamar Jackson is healthy and playing well is a big caveat. And, oh, by the way, their defense had their issues again this past year. It's Kyle Hamilton and, yeah, good luck filling in the blanks. So the Ravens are right there for me as well. And you talk about, the dynamic in the AFC West, where the Chargers and the Broncos are improving. The dynamic in the AFC North is weird because you've got all this transition. You've got 3 new head coaches, Minter among them, but you've still got the Bengals kind of lurking there too. And I get it. The offensive line feels like it's always putting Joe Burrow in a blender, and the defense is a disaster. But a couple of key moves on the defensive side to just sort of plug the leaks in the dam, as it were, get Burrow healthy. You've still got Chase and Higgins. You've got weapons. I thought Chase Brown had a really solid year in the backfield, both catching and running. The Bengals could be the team in that division. And so I look at that division as still, other than the Browns, very competitive. And I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see the Ravens be even if they play well in Minter's first year, a 9-win team who misses the wild card.
Yeah, we're kind of in lockstep there, Chris. They were my second team of the three, and a big reason because of Minter coming in. And like you said, it's not that he can't be a good head coach, but how often do we see first-year head coaches have like insane success? I think Ben Johnson with the Bears was kind of an anomaly this past year. Like he had a ton of success, but that's more of the rarity than the norm in terms of first-year head coaches. You have Lamar Jackson, who can certainly carry your offense, but you also have those games where kind of the floor falls out for the offense and they get completely stagnant. They can't do anything. Derrick Henry's not getting any younger either. And the defense, like you talked about, needs improvement. So they need to make improvements in the offseason if this team is going to be a consistent enough threat within that division with how tough it is. But I just think the coaching is the major factor for me in that it's tough for first-year head coaches in among the toughest divisions in the NFL. It would maybe be different if this was the NFC South, right? And you have the Panthers and the Saints. Like that's a little different, but we're talking the AFC North. So I would say the Ravens, and then the Lions. I mean, the biggest issue for the Lions for me in not missing it is like I think they need a offensive coordinator. I think Dan Campbell. I don't love him calling plays. I think that was part of, and of course, losing Ben Johnson, that was both their coordinators was a huge factor. They've had injuries and things like that, but the Lions have so many offensive weapons that their roster is still stacked. They just need better play calling.
Yeah, and I think on the defensive side, they've got, a ton of injuries this year, too, when we talk about Detroit, but you've got some key free agents, Alex Anzalone, DJ Reader, guys that you might be strapped to keep around. And that defense has to show that they don't have to ask their offense to score 35 points every week. So I think that's a big question mark for Detroit going into next year as well. And you talk about strength of divisions. That might be the best division in football going into 2026 with the Packers, the Bears, and if the Vikings can find a quarterback. So the Lions would be on that list for me as well. All three, I think, worth keeping an eye on as we enter the offseason. Of course, the Combine coming up this week. Then free agency a week or so after that. Before you know it, it'll be draft time. We'll have you covered for the entire offseason here on Westwood One Sports. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day. It was a wild day in college hoops. We got a new number one after Duke beat Michigan, or we will shortly have a new number one. Joe Rexroad of The Athletic joins us to talk college hoops next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
What a day. What a day. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Gold for the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team beating Canada in overtime. Less than 20 minutes from now, we'll talk to Kevin Weeks of NHL Network. His thoughts on the U.S. nabbing their first gold in men's hockey in 46 years. But it was a crazy day in college hoops yesterday as well. We had Duke taking down Michigan, Arizona on the road against Houston, Iowa State falls at BYU, Florida once again imposes their dominance on a lower tier SEC team. Plenty to talk about with Joe Rexrode of The Athletic, also the co-host of Robbie and Rexrode on 102.5 The Game in Nashville. Morning, Joe. I guess it's afternoon now. How are you? And what'd you think of, let's start with Duke and Michigan last night. And we've talked about it a little bit already today. Michigan just looking a little disjointed in a tight ball game against the top-tier opponent.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me, guys. I'm a little tired. I was staying up for, Iowa State BYU, and it's like, you got to get up at 6:30 for the gold medal game. So it's been a pretty amazing weekend. But, no, I was just so impressed with Duke last night and their defensive plan. Out-rebounding Michigan 41-28. I would not have guessed anyone this year would have done that to Michigan. You think about some of the plays that John Shire drew up out of timeouts, some of his ATOs late. I mean, just perfection. And obviously Cameron Boozer. I mean, I still look at Michigan, and I still think that's the best team. If I had to bet on someone right now to win it all, I would still go with Michigan. But you did see there that they aren't a great three-point shooting team. They just blitzed Purdue Tuesday. They were 13 for 23. They're 6 for 25 last night. You see what can happen if you force them to. That's where they're vulnerable: turnovers and the three-point shot. But just Duke's physicality defensively, and then of course Boozer. I mean, I think he's the National Player of the Year, and you saw why late in that game.
Joe, we posed this question earlier on in the show. Should John Shire be given more credit for the success that he's had at Duke since taking over for Coach K?
I think that's a great question, and I think absolutely yes. Look, he inherited a Ferrari, right? So Duke has this. When you're what they've been as a program for 40 years, you do have built-in advantages, and they've done an incredible job of maximizing that and taking advantage of so many different things to be just a machine when it comes to recruiting. But no, it is so hard most people would say do not be the first person after a legend. Be the next person. Be Roy Williams after Bill Guthridge follows Dean Smith. But don't be the first person. And I think he absolutely deserves way more credit than he gets and probably will get. I just think he has a great demeanor. He's a new age coach. And he's obviously just a really good X's and O's coach. I think he's the complete package as a coach. And yes, there are some people who say, okay, well, put John Shire on, Minnesota, and let's see what he does. I mean, you could always say something like that, right? People used to say that about Roy Williams, but the bottom line is it's still not easy to be as elite as they've been to maintain that standard, and he's done that.
So we had 1 versus 3. We also had 2 versus 4 yesterday, Joe. And Arizona goes on the road and scores 73 on Houston, which against the Cougars is pretty notable. I think more notable the fact that Houston has really run into trouble over the last week, not just forcing turnovers. I think they only forced 5 in this game against Arizona, but getting points off turnovers. That's something that with their defense under Kelvin Sampson, they've always been able to do. And I don't know if this is just a rough spot for them, if it's level of competition in the case of Arizona, obviously, or is this something to worry about headed down the stretch into the tournament?
Yeah, it's a great question, and you're absolutely right. I mean, Houston is one of the best teams, historically over years under Kelvin Sampson at turning teams over and taking advantage of it. And, so let's see. I think lower than 8%, 4 times in 408 games, under Kelvin Sampson. And that's both last week. It's hard for me to explain that other than, teams know what they want to do. And both of the teams they played last week were just tremendous in terms of their execution. But it is a little bit of a concern. I've thought all year that Houston I just feel like they have a great chance to be there in the end, especially with Kingston Flemings and what he is as a freshman. But Arizona did a great job. Kelvin Sampson does use a lot of freshmen with this team. Maybe they're a little light inside at times. Chris Sanaka is a tremendous talent, but Arizona sort of took advantage of him yesterday some. And it's a little bit of a wake-up call, I think, for Houston. I still think when it comes down to it, we get into this tournament, they're going to be a really, really tough out.
What's the ceiling for BYU now that Richie Saunders is out? I mean, we saw DeBanza have just an incredible performance yesterday against Iowa State, but is this a BYU team that can be a Final Four team without Saunders?
Man, it's hard for me to see, it's hard for me to conceive a Final Four with this team without Saunders. He's so important to what they do. And look, all credit to them. Tremendous energy last night. I just thought for most of that game, they were just, they won all the 50-50 battles. They were desperate. You're playing in a fantastic atmosphere, a huge win. And DeBonsa, I will say, if that's what DeBonsa is going to be the rest of the year, first of all, I have to think he's the number one pick. And second of all, maybe he is the type of talent who can carry that team, and they can go deeper than I want to give him credit for now. It's just that, look, it's not a great defensive team, and they're in the 40s in defensive efficiency. And the depth obviously is strained a lot with Saunders, but he is that. DeBonsa is just a special player. So we still want to see what they do, away from home and things like that. But they also battled really well against Arizona. So at least they're responding well here to that awful loss.
Joe Rexrode of The Athletic with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. You can also catch him on 102.5 The Game in Nashville, co-host of Robbie and Rexrode. He's all over everything college basketball, especially coming out of yesterday's action. The other side of that coin is Iowa State going on the road and losing in conference again. They only have 4 losses this year, Joe. And I go back and forth on Iowa State because there are times the loss to TCU, granted on the road in the Big 12, and I go, man, is this team legit? But then they bounced back with a huge win against Kansas. And then they lose to BYU on the road. Although you just made a good point. DeBansa may be the best, but he's definitely one of the 3 best players in college ball. They're scheduled down the stretch. They've got one more trip on the road in the Big 12 that I think will test them at Arizona. But they get Utah on Tuesday night, I believe it is. So what is Iowa State's ceiling? Is this a high-variance team, or is this a team that should be expected to make a deep, deep run for the first time in a long time?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And, man, it's really hard for me with Iowa State because at times they look so good, and, they sometimes I think they have issues a little bit with matchups in the backcourt. I mean, as much as I love Taman Lipsy, he's had some tremendous plays, obviously. I mean, you think about, the play he made down the stretch against Houston. Joshua Jefferson is an amazing player. I mean, he's an All-American. Sometimes I think they get picked on with their guard size and do they have enough inside? But at the same time, I mean, you're talking about, a team with a lot going for it. They have been a much better team, obviously at home than away, right? Like you lose the game to Cincy. Now, of course, Cincy looks pretty good right now, but that was not when Cincinnati was playing well. You mentioned you lose the game to TCU. But we've also seen them go into West Lafayette and absolutely just blow the doors off Purdue. At that point, I was like, that might be the best thing in the country, but I also thought a little bit more of Purdue then, at the time. I still think I think Iowa State immediately falls off the 1 line. which of course the committee said that they're on the one line. I was a little bit surprised by that yesterday, that they put them on the one line. I think they immediately probably fall off for UConn, but they're probably a 2 at worst, and it's hard to, playing in St. Louis. I mean, it's hard to count them out for making a run.
Joe, this is a kind of a loaded question, and unfortunately, I'm only going to give you about a minute to answer because we're kind of up against the clock here. But with Kansas getting blown out yesterday and Darren Peterson actually playing a full 32 minutes, do those kind of go hand in hand at all, of him finally being back on the floor and that not being the norm for this Kansas team? And again, about a minute left.
Yeah, I totally have rejected that idea. Obviously, they beat Arizona without him. Look, it's an amazing performance. And then you see yesterday what happens. He plays 32 minutes. I do feel like there's maybe some chemistry stuff going on. Now, their ceiling is higher with him. They're not going to the Final Four if they don't have him on the floor. I don't believe. Mm-hmm. I don't think they have enough. But I think we are seeing that all the time he's missing and the uncertainty is hurting chemistry, and they need to figure that out quickly.
Joe, great stuff. We appreciate you taking the time today. Enjoy the rest of what has already been an awesome sports weekend. We appreciate you jumping on with us.
Okay, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Joe Rexrode of The Athletic, co-host of Robbie and Rexrode on 102.5 The Game in Nashville, on everything college hoops related that we've seen. The other thing that I think, we mentioned it briefly off the top of the show, Kate, is Florida continues to assert its dominance too. Sure, it's in the SEC, and a lot of it's been against lower-tier SEC teams, but they may be a team who's hitting their stride at just the right time and trying to defend the title.
And they're a team that knows what it takes to win a title. I mean, I know there's obviously some roster turnover, but a team that has won, seven games in a row, and that's 7 of their last maybe 12. Or I'm sorry, that's 11 of maybe their last 12. I'm doing some really quick math here, just looking at their schedule. And it's not like they're just beating any old teams. I mean, you did beat Kentucky, ranked 25th, Alabama, ranked 23rd, Vandy, 10th, Tennessee, Georgia, they're both ranked. So they have a lot of really good ranked wins. I think Florida, they wouldn't even be a sneaky team, quote unquote, but a team that certainly could make some deep noise come a couple weeks when we get into March.
Yeah, speaking of teams that have been hot lately, the Cavs are getting absolutely waxed right now at OKC, down 18 late in the first quarter. We'll talk NBA with your own Weitzman coming up in less than an hour. We'll power rank our favorite possible NBA Finals matchups as well. Coming up next, USA. The men win gold over Canada. We'll talk to Kevin Weeks next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
did it.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Around the clock, United States with numbers. Walk across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
America! The boys get gold over the Canadians. Kenny Albert on the call on NBC. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, where we are spending the bulk of our afternoon celebrating that gold medal that the men beat the Canadians for. Jack Hughes with the game winner, minus a few chiclets, in overtime to beat Canada. And who better to talk to about all of this on a golden Sunday across the United States than NHL Network and ESPN's Kevin Weeks. Kevin, thank you so much for making the time today, my man. Let's start with your goalie. So you had to appreciate Connor Hellebuck basically standing on his head for the final 40 minutes of regulation of this thing.
Yeah, I thought both goalies were great, and Connor Hellebuck was outstanding for sure. Make no mistake about it. That's the game of his life. He's won 3 Vezinas, the big Commerce, Michigan native. He's had an uneven role so far in the playoffs, in Stanley Cup playoffs. But I got to tell you, man, today he was absolutely outstanding. That was the game of his career. He was money. And as the game kind of swung in terms of the Canadians dominating the shot clock and disproportionately so, and some time in the offensive zone, Connor Hellebuck just kept elevating his game, and he made save after save. That one paddle save he made, like Rafa Nadal, that one save that he made on the doorstep there with a stick, his paddle, that was unbelievable. So this was, you need an epic performance in big games, and he certainly had one today. That was a signature performance. He was amazing in this one.
Kevin, thanks for joining us. Maybe the answer to this question is Connor Hellebuck, but you mentioned that the Canadians really dominated that game in terms of shots on goal, time of possession. And for those of us that watched it, like, Canada really maybe should have won that game. What was one of the major reasons that they weren't able to come out on top? And again, maybe that just is Connor Hellebuck.
Yeah, listen, the league, the sport won today. Team USA won, of course. I think both teams just were outstanding in their efforts. But I would say this, Connor Hellebuck, of course, the easy answer because he made a lot of key saves. How about the play by McAvoy? McAvoy made an unbelievable stop himself, the Long Island native. He was great on that. Like, that was a real surefire goal. And Charlie McAvoy made a save. Slavin obviously had a lot of big saves and big deflections, big blocks himself. It's interesting because Slavin told me before, when he started playing in Colorado, playing youth hockey, he started out as a goalie. And I just talked to him about this a couple of weeks ago in Carolina. We had their game for ESPN. And I said, having played goalie, like, does that help you as a defenseman, especially to be as defensively dominant as you are? And he goes, absolutely. So anyways, I just think those are some of the factors. And I would also say Team USA's composure too. They didn't get rattled when the game started tilting, to their credit. They stayed even. They were calm. I like this version of Mike Sullivan. He was calm on the bench. Torts was calm on the bench. The entire coaching staff for Team USA, they stayed calm. They weren't panicking even after Canada got that equalizer. They stayed calm. The game tilted. And something I'm not sure if any of the listeners saw or if you guys saw this yourselves, but when Brady Tkachuk was mic'd up at one point, he's like, guys, let's stay confident. Let's stay confident. Believe in here. We're going to win this game. We're going to win this game. It's giving me goosebumps because, I miss those moments as a former goalie in the league and just kind of that type of camaraderie and some of those unseen things that don't necessarily get talked about. And that's why I wanted to highlight that. I was very impressed by Brady on that. And, of course, those are the things that the ebbs and flows. You have to be able to handle the ebbs and flows in the game. And sometimes those things go unnoticed. But to the trained eyes like ours, I saw that, and that really stood out to me.
Yeah, Kevin. And Kevin Weeks is with us here just after the Americans beat the Canadians in the gold medal game. We appreciate him taking the time from ESPN and NHL Network to talk about this game. But one of the things, and I'll own it, like I was an open critic of Mike Sullivan trying to play that tight checking style that has been his calling card over the years. And I didn't think they'd be able to beat a team as talented as Canada with that style. But you pointed out the calm, sort of steadying force of leadership, both on the bench and behind the bench, that helped them weather what felt like a 40-minute power play for the Canadians. This is a group that I think, and I don't know, you watch juniors much closer than any of us and young guys coming up through the system. This is a group that's played a whole ton of hockey together, these American boys. And the fact that they've probably been in these situations before against the Canadians, too, a similar group of Canadian players who they've probably played many times internationally, both in World Juniors and in the Four Nations and now at the Olympic level. That steadying force seemed to be something that I think it's a great point you make. How much is that belief bred into you when you've played so many big games together?
Well, I think what it does is it compounds your belief. Belief compounds belief, and winning compounds winning, and experience compounds experience, all those things, right? If we're looking at it from the positive side of the ledger. And yes, there are a lot of those relationships where, all those guys played together at the program, at the NDTP program in Michigan. And then some of them played together in university and college hockey at Michigan, University of Michigan, among other places. A lot of these guys skate together and live, in Michigan, the Michigan area. A lot of them skate in the Michigan area. A lot of them have played U17, under 17s for the team, for the national program, under 18, as you mentioned, World Juniors. Some of them played World Championships. And I don't think we can discredit Team USA winning the World last year for the first time in, I think, 70 years. The World Championships this past spring. Now, there are several guys on this team that were on that team. Jeremy Swayman was great in the net on that team. They got a lot of experience, again, in playing together in big pressurized moments. And when you put all that in your calculator and you do the compound interest on all that, to me, to your point, that had a big hand in them believing. It had a big hand in their camaraderie, their belief, their confidence, and ultimately their performance. And, I'm going to say this. I'll share this with the listeners. We did the Pittsburgh Penguins game, Rangers at Penguins, 2 Saturdays ago, I believe, if not 3, on ABC for ESPN. And in speaking to Mike Sullivan before the game, I asked Sully, I said, in our coaches meeting, I said, Sully, what, give me a key for your group for Team USA. Like, what a key? I know you guys are playing. It's a home gig here in Pittsburgh. You got the Rangers, a big game. We've got you on ABC. But what'll be the key? He goes, we see not only for our team, but for any and every team in that tournament, is how quickly we can gel, how quickly we can come together as one and, accept our roles, accept the situations we get put in, all those things, put our egos aside. And, obviously Team Canada, Team USA, and some of the other teams did a great job of it, but with Team USA winning the gold medal, that was a real big part of what Mike Sullivan spoke about. And it was a big part of their emphasis and their focus coming into the tournament and throughout the tournament. And it certainly showed its face on the most important stage here in the gold medal game, and ultimately had a big hand in them winning.
Kevin, what does today's loss for the Canadians do for the rest of the NHL season for these players as they go back to their respective teams? Is it more of a motivator for them, or do you think they kind of come out of this a little deflated going back to NHL play?
I think it's a case-by-case basis. And the reason why I say that is, if you're Nate McKinnon, who happened to be on the wrong side of that play defensively, but you're a league MVP caliber player, you've won the Stanley Cup with Colorado, you've got a lot of history of winning internationally for Team Canada, and obviously for Colorado winning the Stanley Cup for the Avalanche. It hits hard. You're disappointed, of course. You're gutted, but at least you have a history of winning. I would say maybe for Connor McDavid, who's the best player in the game, best player in the world, now Edmonton's gone to 2 straight Stanley Cup final. They lost both. Now, obviously, last year they won the Four Nations face-off, but now they lose the gold medal in the Olympics after just losing 2 Stanley Cup final to the Florida Panthers. I'm sure that just compounds the sting. Does that make him hungrier, so to speak? Maybe, but that's a great question, because I think it's a case-by-case basis. Obviously, Sidney Crosby was injured today. He's one of the best players in the history of the game. And he's won those 3 cups in Pittsburgh. He's played in 4 Stanley Cups. So I think it'll affect each player differently on the losing side of it. But one thing I can tell you on the other side of it is I've lived in both countries for the exact amount of time, 25 years each, and I'm a proud dual citizen of both countries. We live in the U.S. We're New Yorkers, Metro New Yorkers, and this double gold, really triple. Well, you go back to the World Championships last year for the men, obviously, but then at the Olympics here, winning women's and men's double gold on top of that. I think this is going to be a monumental moment for the game and the history of the game. And the sport is growing so much. We've seen it especially among girls, record registrations among girls hockey, youth hockey, boys hockey. We're seeing players from different places now, not only traditional, quote unquote, traditional hockey markets, but we're seeing people from Florida, like the Hughes brothers. You know, you're seeing Austin Matthews, who's from Arizona, born in LA, but raised in Arizona. You know, I can kind of go on. And that to me signifies the growth of the game. And this will supercharge that growth because you get people that don't necessarily watch hockey that were tuning in to the Olympics. And, you know, now there's probably a rooting interest. And, hey, now I can identify with the Kachuk brothers out of St. Louis. I could identify with Jack and Quinn Hughes as, you know, two American players that grew up in Florida / Toronto / now Detroit. And they just happen to be Jewish. You know, there's a lot of storylines and lifelines, I think, that will connect a lot more people to the game now as a result of today.
Only got about 45 seconds here, Weeksy, before we let you run. But your feelings, what do you think? Do you think Sidney Crosby will be back for the Olympics in 2030 as a 42-year-old in France?
If there's anybody that could do it, it's him. I never bet against superheroes. I was in touch with him via text a couple nights ago, albeit he's from over there, so different time zone. But I don't put anything past Sidney Crosby. I learned very early in my career playing against the greats like Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux and some of the others, never bet against superheroes. And that's during my playing career and as a broadcaster and getting to know, you know, Sid as well as I do and some of these other players, I wouldn't bet against it.
Great stuff, Kevin. We appreciate the time so much. Enjoy the rest of the weekend that's left. And again, we appreciate you taking the time in the immediate aftermath of this gold medal game to jump on with us for a couple minutes.
No problem. Thank you both for having me on, and thanks to listeners for tuning in, and appreciate you having me. Thank you.
Absolutely. From ESPN and NHL Network, Kevin Weeks, who obviously played goalie in the league. So you heard his admiration for the job Connor Hellebuck did there, Kate, and just what this means for the continued growth of hockey in the States, like we were talking about earlier.
I loved what he said is that the sport won today. Like the U.S. didn't. I mean, the U.S. won, but like he didn't frame it as like this is a massive win for the U.S. This is a massive loss for Canada. It was a win for the sport in general, and he talked about why that is with kids, you know, looking up to these players and recognizing them. So I thought that was great from him.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote now at progressivecommercial.com. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. We keep it rolling with a massive sports weekend highlighted by a gold medal win for the U.S. here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Gold! I feel like Gold member Austin Powers. Gold for the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team in overtime against Canada. We've been talking about it all day. No reason to stop. Thanks to Kevin Weeks for dropping everything and jumping on the line with us just a couple minutes ago. We'll get it posted so you can get it in podcast form and video form shortly. But some great input from him and insight on what went into the U.S. upsetting the Canadians over in Milan for a gold. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable inside the Westwood One Sports app as well. We've still got to talk about the NFL because the scouting combine is this week. And we have a question about those quarterbacks that aren't named Fernando. Which of them do we have any level of belief in at the NFL level? Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll talk NBA with Yaron Weitzman. Because they are back in action now post All-Star break. And I think we're starting to get some stratification in the standings amongst the teams that we look at as serious contenders and maybe pretenders, as the Oklahoma City Thunder have spent the better part of the early afternoon whooping Cleveland. They're up by 14 now. The lead has dwindled from 20 all the way down to 14 with about 2.5, 3 minutes left in the first half. So we'll talk NBA as well. But Mike Tirico, who has done really a phenomenal job. Think about what Tirico has done, Kate, over the last, say, month and a half, going back to the final moments of the regular season and the kick that sent the Steelers to the playoffs on Sunday Night Football, and then through the playoffs and obviously the Super Bowl, and now off to Milan for the Olympics. He's done a fantastic job, but he had a nice little sort of sign-off moment from the men's gold medal hockey game portion of today's Olympic broadcast I wanted everybody to hear.
Because of a drought that almost lasted a half century, those teams are revered. They are held on to forever. And what happened today doesn't take away from the greatness of those teams or the meaning that those teams have in U.S. hockey. But what you saw today was the build of a generation, inspired perhaps by that team that lost in 2010 in Vancouver to the Sidney Crosby golden goal in overtime. Or the team where TJ Oshie had all those shootout goals in 2014. That's when these guys were doing what you're doing, watching on TV. And they were young, and they were living the dream. So for all the young people out there, not just the hockey, but all the Olympics you've watched, those dreams are formed now. Go chase them and go get them. Because our country loves sports, and it brings us together unlike anything else. And if you didn't know that, and if you haven't been watching the last 2 weeks, you saw it in Team USA Hockey, winning the gold over their arch rival Canada here in Milan to wrap up these 25th Olympic Winter Games.
Mike Tirico on NBC just a little bit ago. Just really well put. Like he said, a generation finally getting the payoff. Like I said earlier, Kate, if you grew up, and not just multiple generations, really. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was 5 months old the last time the American men won gold in Olympic hockey. So the only memories I have of it are the ones that we've all seen over the years of Mike Eruzione and beating the Soviet team and then winning gold a couple days later in Lake Placid in 1980. And sure, there was the World Cup of Hockey win in 1996, 94, 96. But since then, there really hadn't been. There had been so close so many times. Mike there references the 2010 loss to Canada in Vancouver. And to finally have our own Olympic hockey moment. This is no discredit to the women who have provided it, obviously, before and have beaten Canada and established a real dominance in big games over Canada. But to see the men go out there and add to that gold medal legacy in hockey, I'm curious to see how this, if it does, sort of provide that further push to hockey in America, now securing a gold against an incredibly talented Canadian team.
I think it has to. And it kind of makes me think back to the Summer Olympics with USA basketball. Like USA basketball wins every year. And so it was a huge deal that they were down to France in that gold medal game and thinking like they might not come back and win this game. This might be one of the teams, one of the more talented teams they have that doesn't win gold. The fact that hockey has not won gold since you were 5 months old, Chris, like that makes it even more special and even bigger and even just a significantly larger deal in that it hasn't been done for so long. And I think you can kind of take part of what Mike Tirico said there and also what Kevin Weeks said there is like, there are young kids watching this. This is their generation now growing up and they have seen this for their own eyes. This can be kind of a catalyst or a motivator for anyone, those young hockey players out there, whether young boys, young girls that are just starting out and can say, okay, well, this has been done. I can do something like that too. So I think, again, I love the phrase that Kevin Weeks said, like the sport won today. It's bigger than just, one team taking home gold, but like hockey is going to be elevated because of what's happening in the United States right now and overcoming such a large hurdle to finally win gold that you'd have to believe it continues to grow the sport and it continues to, attract young athletes from areas, again, going back to what Weeks said, like from Florida, from LA, from California, from Arizona, some of those non-Midwest cities that it's just going to continue to build and build.
Yeah, Austin Matthews, a great example that Kevin brought up a couple minutes ago. Born in LA, grew up in Arizona, and he's the captain of the U.S. Olympic team that wins gold. So, a great example of the growth of the game, a Sunday morning where across the United States, we saw places opening bars and restaurants at 6 a.m, earlier than that, so people could get together and watch this game. To have it pay off in a gold medal is just incredible. And we'll continue to break it down here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. But there's other stuff to look forward to now, and that includes the stretch run of the NBA season. Your own Weitzman will join us in about 15 minutes to talk about that. And the college basketball season. We'll get back into that in the final hour of the show as well. And thanks to Joe Rexroad for joining about 45 minutes ago. But the NFL Scouting Combine. Look, we're loving hockey today, but the NFL is America's pastime now, Kate, and everybody's going to be looking ahead to the Combine, in particular when the quarterbacks work out Saturday night, and this will be another one of those moments. Look, you don't have to be a draft Nick. You don't have to be a scout to want to see which of these quarterbacks, the second tier of guys behind Fernando Mendoza, maybe step out at the Combine and show something that makes a team say, yeah, we think that guy might have something that we can mold into a successful NFL quarterback on Sundays. When you look at this group of the rest of the quarterbacks, guys not named Mendoza, guys who will work out at the Combine this week, which of them do you think has the best chance to become something, I don't know, approaching successful at the NFL level? Because it was somewhat underwhelming after a year when we thought it would be Nussmeier and Aller and Klubnik and all those teams faltered at some point, and some of those guys got hurt. Where we're at this point now where it's like, okay, can any of these guys become a long-term starter at the NFL level?
Yeah, this is certainly not the combine for quarterbacks to sit out in not named Fernando Mendoza. Like I remember when Caleb Williams decided he wasn't going to throw at the combine, that was a massive deal. None of these other quarterbacks have the luxury of pulling that card in this at this combine. I mentioned earlier that I think Ty Simpson is the next quarterback taken off the board, but I do think Garrett Nussmeier is an interesting name in terms of having long-term success, and maybe that looks like being a long-term backup in the league. I don't think any of these other names, Carson Beck, are franchise-altering quarterbacks, but you look at what Garrett Nussmeier did in 2024. Over 4,000 passing yards, 29 touchdowns. Significantly worse in 2025. He took a major step back for fewer than 2,000 yards, 12 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, but only played 9 games and had some injuries. So how much of his performance in 2025 was injury related? That is a question that I think will be answered throughout his NFL career, in that can he kind of get back to that 2024 season? Because you think about the 4,000 yard passers, in college football. Joe Burrow's the first one that comes to mind. He's having a lot of success. Well, I guess that's relative. Joe Burrow's one of the top quarterbacks. His success has been not so much the last few seasons outside of making it to that Super Bowl his second year. But so that's a name, just because you have quantifiable numbers out there of seeing what he can do when fully healthy. It's just, does he get back to fully healthy? Is he fully healthy? Or is that who he is last year's stats versus 2024?
Yeah, I'm going to pivot back to Carson Beck again, because look, he took a ton of criticism from a lot of people, myself included, after the way things ended at Georgia. And I think it was fair to have major questions about Carson Beck coming into the 2025 season. He didn't at any point, I don't think, go out there and prove it with pure physical ability. There are some questions about the limitations of his arm. But I'll reference again, we talk about major injuries and how it takes an athlete a full calendar year in some cases to fully recover and look like themselves again. I think that UCL injury in his elbow, we may have seen Carson Beck on the field this year, but it may not have been 100% of Carson Beck. And then you couple the fact that he did have to manage the game somewhat, right? Because he wasn't able to make those throws. And I think we saw a lot of growth in that part of his game this year because of that, Kate. Like, Carson Beck showed us, especially down the stretch and through the college football playoffs and even into the national championship game until that final fatal throw, that he can be the guy with weapons around him who knows how to manage it. And I think there's a lot to be said for guys that get the extra experience at the college level that Beck did and now step into the NFL and maybe don't need to. Look, you go from Saturdays to Sundays, it's a completely different speed of the game. So you still need to learn how to process at the NFL level. But I think taking that step that he did this year in improving his processing, which I think he did, once his arm is 110% back to what it was pre-injury, if he can get it there, Beck is a guy who I wouldn't have a problem spending a late second, third round pick on, letting him sit for the bulk of a first season behind somebody. And if he's in a good system, he's got a chance to take a big step forward once getting an opportunity as an NFL starting quarterback. But I look at mock drafts, I look at rankings of quarterbacks, and I don't see him anywhere near Mendoza, Simpson, Nussmeier, even Aller in some of those rankings.
Yeah, I think what you just said of if he has the right fit or he's in the right system, I think that is the biggest factor for, one, Carson Beck, and two, the quarterback class in this draft. I think if this class goes to, you referenced earlier, someone goes to the Jets, someone goes to the Browns, granted the Browns have a zillion quarterbacks, like someone goes to some of those franchises that aren't well known for developing quarterbacks, where you find yourself maybe a backup or a third string in San Francisco or LA or Minnesota or some of those spots that have those kind of quote unquote quarterback whisperer head coaches. I think that is going to be the saving grace is probably not the right term, but that would be what elevates these players from having so many questions coming out of college to actually, flipping the script and being a long-term viable quarterback in the NFL, where it's going to be really hard for I was going to bring up Drew Aller after your point about Beck, but it's going to be hard for Drew Aller to go to a team like the Jets and then not develop at all and be someone who comes back around and pulls this whole Sam Darnold thing. That's just not going to happen. It would only be like a top tier quarterback that goes to a place like that and kind of is able to resurrect their career later on. I think it kind of matters the first 5 years of what these situations are like for some of these quarterbacks. And Drew Aller, on Mel Kiper's big board, he's third, I want to say. Yes, he's third. Yates's big board, he's third as well. I don't understand the Drew Aller. I think his decision-making is extremely questionable. And maybe that's something that he has the tangibles, the size, the arm, all that stuff. And teams think they can fix that decision-making, but that's a big red flag to me for Drew Aller.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if he bounces back from what was just a terrible year, both injury-wise and for Penn State. He's a guy who was able to make things happen with his legs at times. I don't know if that translates to the NFL level either for Aller. But he's a guy who I could see ending up in a decent system and maybe becoming something, if only because, again, with limited weapons at his disposal last year, talking about 2024 at Penn State, he still was able to get to the semifinals of the playoff. And other than that one terrible decision against Notre Dame, was not a guy who traditionally made those decisions. But, I look at a place like, Arizona might not be terrible. We'll see what Mike LaFleur can do with quarterbacks there if he's able to develop some kind of offensive identity. I think, you put a Carson Beck, for example, in Minnesota, and maybe he's not asked to start right away, and he's under Kevin O'Connell, kind of a quarterback whisperer. I think that could be a good spot for a Beck, for an Aller, for some of these second-tier quarterbacks we're talking about, even Ty Simpson. The Rams getting to sit behind Stafford, learn from Sean McVay. Hell, I'd even throw in Pittsburgh maybe, because you get to sit for a year, maybe learn behind Aaron Rodgers and or Mike McCarthy, who's helped develop quarterbacks in the past, and maybe you're in a battle with Will Howard a year from now for a starting quarterback spot. Those are all the places where if I'm one of these second-tier quarterbacks, I'd go, yeah, I'd much rather end up there than, say, like you pointed out, the Jets or the Browns.
Chris, this is not a well-thought-out thought by me, so I'm just kind of throwing this off the cuff here. But Malik Willis is likely to be moving on from Green Bay, and Green Bay is known to draft quarterbacks and let them sit for 3-4 years before they get going, and Jordan Love's not going anywhere anytime soon. But would you want to go to Green Bay if you were any of these quarterbacks?
I think it would be a good opportunity, again, to learn from a coach who seems to be able to plug into quarterbacks and do well with them in Matt LaFleur. And again, there's no pressure to start right out of the gate because it's Jordan Love's job. I would worry about like the long-term viability of actually ending up securing a job there, but it's a great place to go to be a backup and learn for a while. And then maybe your second contract is someplace where, like you said, you've proven that you've sat and learned behind Jordan Love in Green Bay's system and you're ready to take off somewhere else. I don't think it's a terrible look. Even a place like, if you could go to Seattle, for example, and sit behind Sam Darnold for a couple of years, a Super Bowl team, they shouldn't necessarily be lining up to draft a quarterback, but none of these quarterbacks are an immediate plug and play kind of guy. And we're talking about mid-round picks spent on them. So any of these teams that we just outlined, I think would be decent spots for any of these guys to end up where they can sit and watch and learn. NBA is back up and running post All-Star break, and some of these teams are clearly owning their role as contenders, others starting to look like pretenders. We'll talk NBA with your own Weitzman coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Feels like it's one of those days where, with a big sporting event in the morning, we're kind of spending the rest of the day coming down just a little bit from the men beating the Canadians in Olympic hockey to win the gold over in Milan. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app and live across North America on SiriusXM Channel 375. So as you're decompressing, there is NBA basketball being played. Halftime in OKC, the Thunder are up, Kate, 64-55. Two teams, obviously the Thunder, NBA title contenders, and Cleveland maybe envisioning themselves as a possible Eastern Conference contender after adding James Harden at the deadline. Here to talk about all of it, including the tanking conversation that has taken over NBA discourse in the last week or two. Yaron Weitzman, author of Tanking to the Top and A Hollywood Ending, the dreams and drama of the LeBron Lakers. He covers the NBA exceedingly well, and you can check him out at yaronweitzman.com. Thanks for taking the time, my friend, and we appreciate it. Let's start with the tanking conversation. You've written a book about it.
Sure.
You wrote a book about the Sixers and the process. And that sort of built the template for what a lot of teams are trying to do today. Your thoughts on the tanking situation this year in the NBA, Yaron, and how Adam Silver can go about combating the incentives to tank?
And thanks for having me. That's a good question. I don't know if I have an answer to the second one, right? I mean, I think what happened this year is you've seen teams, the Sixers are a good example. The process Sixers, what they do, they were sort of built to lose. I always compare it to Major League, right? The movie Major League, where the front office puts this awful team on the field. But the players and coaches were trying to win. And even like the process Sixers and a lot of other teams for the most part. And, there'll be exceptions here and there, but throughout recent NBA history, front offices maybe put a team of lesser talent together, but the players and coaches are trying their best to win. This year, we've seen that. I'm not saying people are like throwing games, but we've seen that tilt a little too far. The Jazz are a great example in that viral clip of Jazz head coach Will Hardy being asked, was there a thought of putting Lauri Markkanen or Jaren Jackson, I forget who it was, back in the game, and him saying, no, not at all. That's where you're kind of seeing, oh, wait, so the guys on the court too, they're not fully invested in trying to win, and that starts pushing you a little too close toward like WWE territory as opposed to being professional sports. The whole thing's built on two teams are trying hard, right? That's the whole model is built on that. The problem is the incentive structures. You mentioned that, right? And especially in a sport like basketball, where one player can impact results in such a dramatic way. And not only that, but to do some real winning, you need a player who you can mostly only get at the top of the draft. I'm oversimplifying, but that's how you do it. So how are they going to do it? I don't know, but I also think it's okay to complain about these things. Like, it's not my job to think of a solution. I think that's okay. Like, it's not my job, but a solution needs to be thrown in here. I think this year you've seen it go a little too far, for sure.
Yeah, I've heard ideas of taking away draft picks, minimizing the percentage chance they have in the draft. I just don't know how realistic all those are. So we'll leave figuring that out up to Adam Silver and the bigwigs. In terms of some of the teams that are real big contenders this year, the Thunder obviously won last year. They bring back nearly that entire roster. With SGA being out for a significant amount of time, do you think that hurts them at all in the playoff picture, just in terms of maybe they're not going to be as high of a seed as they are? That's assuming they, don't continue to win at the rate that they are. But what does his absence do leading into the playoffs?
I don't think it's a huge deal. Like the priority is just him healthy and sort of ramped up entering the playoffs. That, to me, is the priority, and I think that's kind of how they're operating. Obviously, number one seed. They still, 2.5 games, I believe. You can fact check me on that if that's wrong. But and they're really deep, right? They're really deep. We're seeing this. I wouldn't worry too much. I don't think they're concerned too much about that. 1-2 seed. Yeah, if you're them, I guess the idea would be to miss If you look at the Western Conference and you look at, if you kind of do it by tiers, you have OKC, Denver, and San Antonio. Most people would say those are sort of the three best. Minnesota being the fourth as a team that has a possibility of winning a title. I don't know if I put them there, but you could throw them in there. So you want to, if you get the 1-4, avoid Denver and San Antonio until maybe a conference finals. That's, I guess, the ideal. But I don't think the SGA injury is such a big deal for them.
It was earlier this week, I think, coming out of the All-Star break. He may have even been asked about it during the All-Star festivities. But Victor Wembanyama kind of pushed back on the idea that the Spurs are ahead of schedule, Yaron. And I'm just curious, do you think they're ahead of schedule? And does it really matter? Because the way they're playing puts them, as you stated, right there solidly in that top tier of Western Conference teams. Do they need a year where they lose in the conference finals or the NBA finals to really grow into that championship contender that, to be honest, they already look like on the floor?
I never know what to do with this. So the answer, it doesn't look like it, but then NBA history, I don't know if we've ever seen a team win the championship or make the finals without, it's a cliche, but you have to do some losing and some learning in the playoffs, and maybe somebody could find an outlier here or there. But for the most part, we've never seen it, and they haven't done any of that. To me, you kind of compare them to where the Thunder were 2 years ago, right? Where they, I think they lost in the second round to the Mavericks. And they were a really good team and looked like they could make the finals, and they just weren't there. And I think part of that is learning how to handle the pressure and adversity that comes in the playoffs. I think part of it is also more, X and O, schematic basketball, tangible basketball stuff, where, for example, they have some of their best, Harper and Stephon Castle, they're going to be left open, and that stuff will be more dramatic in terms of how teams scheme against them in the playoffs, and they're going to have to learn how to adjust to that. When in the regular season, you don't necessarily see that to the same extent. So, I kind of agree with Victor that they're not necessarily ahead of schedule. I also think if they were to make the finals, that would be something that, it would be something we haven't seen before, right? And that, to me, is what's interesting there.
What about in the Eastern Conference? Who are teams that stand out to you as true title contenders? I mean, the Pistons, they're in first by 6 games, and then you have the Celtics, who haven't played this year with Jason Tatum, and it would be wild, but he could be coming back for the end of the season, if not the playoffs. Anyone outside of those top 2 teams that you think are really big-time contenders for a title?
Yeah, I wouldn't say for a title. I guess if you make the final, to come out of the East, then you're by definition a title contender, right? But I would throw the Cavs and the Knicks in there. To me, those are the 4. Detroit, I don't really know what to do with them because they're smacking everybody, and all the numbers. What are they up 8 games? Would you say 6.5? Is that what you said on the number 2
6 games
seed?
on the Celtics right now.
Right, and the plus minus stuff is crazy, and they're just smacking everyone. Yep. But again, we talk about things like we're used to seeing in the playoffs. They struggle scoring in the half court, and they really have one guy who can generate offense. And you don't want to go too simplistic sometimes when thinking about these things, but in playoffs, sometimes you need somebody else who can generate shots, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can do that. Cleveland had looked really good recently until now. I don't know what the score is now this game, but they were catching up. But I think Cleveland's has a legit shot. The Knicks are there. The Knicks are one of the weirdest teams I've ever seen. Their ceiling is as high as anyone. They have Cat, though. You never know what's happening with him. I think part of it is when you have guys like Cat and Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby, who are 3, let's say, mercurial personalities, right? A little different. I think that can sort of lend to the image of, they look great one day, and I think Cat's the king of this, right? Things can look incredible one day, and the next you can be like, this team's horrendous. I don't know how they're going to get out of the first round, right? So to me, those are the 4, and obviously the Tatum. I was going to question. It doesn't even really feel like a question anymore. It seems pretty certain that he's coming back pretty soon. So, that's obviously the biggest wrench there that we're going to have to see what that looks like.
Yeah, how legit, Yaron, are the Cavs? Because you brought up, they looked really good up to and through the deadline, the addition of Harden. Yep. They come out really flat this morning. They were down 23 at one point halfway through the first quarter, but they've stormed all the way back. They're back within 2 now. Early in the third quarter. So is Harden sort of the final piece in that jigsaw puzzle for Cleveland to get over the hump? I always doubt that because I doubt that James Harden is going to be able to show up consistently for you in the playoffs. But is this maybe the perfect mix for him to step into? I don't know. What are your thoughts on the Cavs?
I think they're legit. It's interesting. Right? I think Donovan Mitchell is having bit of an underrated season because the team's been a little disappointing, but not because of him. If you look at his numbers, they are unbelievable. If you watch him play, he's just unbelievable to watch. And he's one of those guys, and his playoff numbers are always great. That's never been. I know he hasn't gotten out of the second round, but if you look at his numbers in the postseason, just unbelievable. And I do think it is funny, like the idea that James Harden would be missing piece for a team trying to contend sounds like an oxymoron, right? It's like just on history. It doesn't seem like it makes sense. There is something here, though, right? There is something here. His ability to sort of unlock the offense a little bit, add a dimension of he's a genius passer. And he's still great. People may not realize that. They're not watching him regularly. He's aged really well and in terms of his ability to still perform. We can talk about the playoff performance stuff and the history there. Like that's a whole different discussion. But in terms of his ability to read the offense, get good shots for his team, make sure everyone's in the right place, carry the offense when needed, like he's been excellent. I think he really slots in, and he has slotted in. He will slot in really effectively there. So I'm really curious about this. So the answer to your question, like I think they have a legit shot. I think that's a legit team, especially if they can get some of their secondary pieces healthy, guys like Max Strus, guys like that, which I know sounds kind of silly, but in the playoffs you need those bodies and those wings. So again, like to me, those four, I'm repeating, those four, I don't know what to do with them. Flip the coin, right? Those are the four for me.
You also wrote a book about the LeBron James and the Lakers.
Yeah.
So you've studied that team and his time there over the past couple of seasons. Is LeBron James in a Lakers uniform next year, or is he in another team's uniform, or is he done? What do we get from LeBron?
So I don't know. So I always say it's a cop-out, but my reasoning is I don't believe he knows yet, or if he has, he's not telling anyone outside like of his wife, right? Like it's really unclear. So everyone's just projecting. It certainly seems like the Lakers, they've made it pretty clear they're ready for him to move on, right? They're done on their end. Where does he want? What is he going to prioritize? I'm not really sure, right? Like, does he want to? And most people assume he's coming back, and again, maybe he'll pull a curveball. Most people assume that LeBron will have, based on everything we know about him, there will be a big retirement tour, right? So the fact that he hasn't announced his retirement means he's coming back. That could be wrong. I don't know, but that's what most people would assume. I would agree, right? So you're going by that, it becomes, okay, well, where are we going to go? And, it's basically return to LA, go to Cleveland, maybe Golden State, I guess, is 1/3 if you want to throw that in there. Like, he's not going to go play for a random team somewhere. So that's it. And part of that will come down to, like, how big of a pay cut he's willing to take. He hasn't taken a pay cut. He's been big on not taking pay cuts since taking one for Miami in 2010. I shouldn't even say pay cut because he's not – nobody – like, the max offer won't be there. But how's he willing to work? Is he willing to take a minimum? Because then Cleveland will be like, yeah, God bless, come on through. I mean, no one's told me that, but I can – I don't need to report that to say – I don't need sources to tell you that they would take him on a minimum, right? So the long-winded way of saying, I don't know. I don't think he does either. And it's weird. It is weird that we're sort of in this place with him because I think the goal, I shouldn't say I think, I'm pretty sure when he went to LA, the plan was to finish up as a Laker, and that was going to be it.
Yaron, great stuff. We appreciate you taking the time today. Enjoy the stretch run of the season into the playoffs, and we'll catch up with you again soon, hopefully.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yaron Weitzman, check out Tanking to the Top, his book on the process Sixers, and also, as Kate just mentioned, his book on the Lakers, A Hollywood Ending, the dreams and drama of the LeBron Lakers. Yeah, and you can check it all out at his website, YaronWeitzman.com. The thing about the Lakers is, like Yaron said there, LeBron didn't foresee it ending this way, Kate. Like, I don't think he foresaw it ending with him sort of silently slinking away from the Lakers to find another contender for one final run. And that's probably that's what it feels like to me it's going to be in the end, unless he takes some sort of massive pay cut to stay in LA and hopes that they can take one more run, he and Luka, with the Lakers.
I mean, I think you're putting it nicely, Chris. I think he's kind of getting run out of town in terms of they're like, we're done with you. You can't provide us what we need from you, a player that we're paying that much money for anymore. So yes, I think he probably thought he would ride out into the sunset in LA. But that certainly is not the case. And if anything, I think we're going to have a bigger, more nasty-ish breakup than anyone anticipated when he first went to LA.
Yeah, it's increasingly feeling like it's not going to end pretty, and maybe it ends with him back in Cleveland for a year, or who knows. But it's rapidly approaching closing time in LA for LeBron. Top of the hour, we'll get back into the NBA. We will power rank our favorite possible NBA Finals matchups, but we're continuing to sort of bask in the afterglow of the U.S. men's hockey team beating the Canadians in the Olympics in overtime. Jack Hughes with the winner to secure the gold medal, the first one in 46 years for the men in Olympic hockey. Will continue to do so next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. lockdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Medical decisions, you hadn't won a cup yet. If you could go back and talk to that Jack that went through all of that, like, what would you tell him?
Geez, I don't know. Just stick with it. I mean, so many good people behind me that helped me, and it just means the world to be here, you know? It's tough to get it out right now. Just take a lot of pride, and that group of guys, just really unselfish, came together, and yeah, it's just, I'm sorry, I'm emotional.
It's understandable.
Oh, yeah. You know, something we'll have together, and, you know, we'll be able to have this forever.
Jack Eichel of Team USA right after the U.S. beat Canada for the gold medal today, thanks to Jackie Redmond of NHL Network and Turner Sports. She did a great job interviewing some of the guys. A great conversation with Jack Hughes as well post-game, talking about the first thing he thought of after scoring the golden goal was Megan Keller of the women's team, who had scored a golden goal just 2 nights earlier. And it's just, you hear the emotion in Jack Eichel's voice, and you realize how much this means to these guys. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Top of the hour, back into the NBA. We'll power rank some of our favorite possible NBA Finals matchups. Yes, I know we're not even near the playoffs yet, but what the heck? Let's look at the contenders and think about which matchups we'd like to see. But the emotion present in Jack Eichel's voice there, Kate, it does. It just reinforces how much this means to guys. We talked earlier about, you know, when we had Kevin Weeks on, and if you haven't seen that or heard it yet, it's up on the YouTube page. Just search BetMGM tonight. You can see our conversation with Kevin Weeks of ESPN and the NHL Network. But the desire these guys have to represent their country. I asked Kevin if he thought Sidney Crosby would come back to France in 4 years to represent Canada at the age of 42. And he said, yeah, as long as he can physically do it, that's a guy that'll do it. And any of these guys, given an opportunity to represent their country, you see how much it means to them in that post-game interview that Jack Eichel gave to Jackie Redmond there.
There's also another interview with Jack Hughes talking to Catherine Tappan, and she asks him, what does this mean? And he just says it's a great day to be an American. I love our country. I love being an American. Like, the hockey players go back to that, and that's what you get from all of these interviews so far is there's one major theme throughout, and it's just really proud to win for your country. So I think obviously that's one of the coolest part of the Olympics, regardless of what sport it is you're competing for your country and larger than just you or any specific team that you play for. But I love that it's all about the country. It's all about the team, for these players when they win, and they don't go to necessarily individual performances. I mean, I know Hellebuck was mentioned a couple times in post-game interviews, as he should be, because the U.S. doesn't win this game without him. But yeah, it's just a whole different ball game when you're representing your country, and these guys really understand the magnitude of that.
Yeah, and apparently I haven't seen it yet, but you know, it's tougher on the Canadian side. Obviously, you get to the gold medal game and you lose. And Nathan MacKinnon had the game on his stick, you could say, in the third period with a wide open net and missed the net. And I guess he's there again. I haven't seen it or heard it myself, but apparently there's some post-game interviews with Nathan MacKinnon out there saying, well, you know, how do I feel? You could see who the better team was out there. And there's a point to be made there about how, yeah, the Canadians dominated play for about 40, 45 minutes of this game, but you still didn't close it out. And I think that's going to be the prevailing theme north of the border. And it's a really difficult thing, because I thought you made a great point when we said, hey, Nathan MacKinnon misses that open net. Connor McDavid has a breakaway late in the second period and basically doesn't get a shot off, just stick handles into Connor Hellebuck's pads. Macklin Celebrini gets a couple of opportunities, including one on a breakaway in the third period, and can't put it away. And those are your most individually talented guys, and they didn't come up in crunch time. And who do you look to after that? You know, those are the guys that are supposed to make the plays that the Hughes brothers made over the last couple of days, that Team USA came up with, that Connor Hellebuck came up with repeatedly this morning. And it's hard to see your best players not make the biggest plays. And so you may be more talented. You may have been the better team. You may have carried the play. You may have nearly doubled up the opponent in shots, but ultimately you didn't close it out. And that's going to be a difficult pill, I think, for Canadian hockey to swallow for the next 4 years.
I mean, what's the saying, Chris? If you're not first, you're last. And I mean, granted, they didn't finish last. They finished in second, but you didn't win. And you don't have a gold medal around your neck because of it. So that's kind of tough for McKinnon to say, you be the judge of who the better team was. Now, I don't think it's wild to say Canada was the better team today for the majority of the game. But you can't just be the majority. It's got to, you have to bring it all home. I also saw another interview that Sidney Crosby did, and he kind of framed this in a different manner. He said after the game, well, one, that he was very close to playing, but ultimately kind of had to make the decision of, are you a major asset to your team, or are you going to, are you going to be able to go 100%? And if not, maybe you step back. That's a whole different story. Yeah. But he also said that, Canada, speaking we as Canada, played our best game of the tournament today. So acknowledging that they played extremely well and they were in position to win that game and maybe should have won that game. But I mean, he didn't go as far as to say we were the significantly better team. He just kind of said we played our best game of the tournament. So a little bit different way of framing between the two players there. And one maybe a little bit more veteran than the other, and knows how to handle those situations.
Yeah, that'll be a one when they get together at a Tim Hortons this summer, because they're both from Nova Scotia and they train together a bunch in the summer. I imagine Sid will lean over to Nate and say, hey, probably could have handled that one a little better, eh, bud? But they can both be right that Canada had their best game of the tournament and Canada was the better team, especially for about 40, 45 minutes of this game today. But the U.S. ultimately won. And when you're in a single elimination situation, this is what it comes down to, is those individual moments. And again, multiple individual moments for the best Canadian players today that weren't capitalized upon. A 5-on-3 power play that wasn't capitalized upon. Again, I'll ask the question, maybe it's not fair, but would a one-legged Sidney Crosby on that 5-on-3 power play have changed how they finished that 5-on-3? I don't know. Maybe, again, it's not a fair question to ask because he wasn't healthy enough to go. But even if he's the 13th forward and he only gets out there for a couple power play minutes, I got to ask, does that change the game? Does that provide one of those moments from a legend who we've already seen provide one of those moments 16 years ago?
Well, it also, maybe his play wouldn't have been 100%, but could you go 100% for 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Is kind of what you're asking. I also think the other aspect of that is does that provide a boost for the team as a whole? Like a little morale thing of Crosby's out there. All right, we're all going to go as hard as we possibly can. And that's not to say they weren't all playing as hard as they could all game, but you get a star player back like that. And it just kind of gives you a little boost that maybe you can turn it up to another notch, another gear that you weren't quite in before. So those are the questions that, we can ask. We'll never know the answers to, but it's an interesting thought.
Yeah, and I do think it's a fascinating question of whether, look, I've said it a million times before. I will repeat it here today. Sidney Crosby is the Tom Brady of the NHL in that he will play until he can no longer play, until the wheels fall off, because he's constantly at the highest level. And so I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see Sidney Crosby play until he's 45 years old, and maybe he's back on Olympic ice in 4 years in France for Team Canada and gets one more go around because they didn't get it this time. Coming up next, there's a handful of contenders in both the West and the East in the NBA as we head down the stretch. Which ones would we like to see matching up in the NBA Finals? We'll power rank our favorite options next here on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Gold, baby! The Americans have gold in men's hockey after beating the Canadians in overtime earlier today. Jack Hughes with the golden goal in overtime. An incredible game by Connor Hellebuck in goal as the Canadians dominated shots, time of possession, all of it for the last two periods of regulation. But the Americans still pull out the victory. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. You can always take the show with you inside the Westwood One Sports app, and we are with you across North America. Sorry to our friends north of the border on Sirius XM channel 375. The win today, Kate, we talked about it from all angles, and we'll get into power ranking our favorite possible NBA Finals matchups in just a moment. But the win today, I think, as we start to come down from the high, the adrenaline rush of the game actually ending and the win and all of that, the impact is really going to ripple out and be felt for not just the next year or two or the next 4 years. It will be interesting to see how it ripples out into the future of American hockey, because a generation of kids who maybe didn't have their moment, right? They don't remember Lake Placid in 1980. They don't remember, whatever, the World Cup of Hockey win in the late 90s or any of these other moments now have their moment. And maybe this encourages one extra hockey player, men's or women's, to head down that path and live out that dream, as Mike Tirico was talking about after the game. There's a big ripple effect from this.
Well, I mean, Chris, I think we got to put the pressure on the young generation right now. Like, they're the ones that have to keep this thing going for us, right? Because, yeah, we'll have a similar roster for, the next Olympics in 4 years, but, like, it's up to this young generation and maybe some kids that are getting motivated or inspired to play hockey right now that we don't want to go another 40 years without winning a gold medal, right? So let's hit the ice. Let's sharpen the skates. But I think it puts the U.S. in just a really good position going forward, knowing that it is a younger generation of players right now. And hopefully, like you mentioned, they do kind of inspire even, those that were maybe teetering on wanting to play hockey or thinking about it, that they can go out and do it and just kind of provide a example for that generation of like what's possible.
Yeah, I just think of some like little 7 or 8 year old kid who woke up this morning and went downstairs and turned on the TV and happened to watch the gold medal game and maybe got hooked on sports, not even just hockey, but sports for the first time. This was one of those moments.
Oh, for sure. And that's why I love sports so much, is that like those are cool moments, right? And sports can do so much good in the world and bringing people together. Like we're not going to get into politics at all, but like the country hasn't been great. There's been a lot going on in the world today. And I guess not even just in the world in general, but like the Olympics and competing for your country and something like that really kind of just brings everyone together. And I think that's what's cool about the Olympics and cool about sports in general. It's just a common goal that everyone's working towards.
Yeah, and if you haven't caught our interview with Kevin Weeks yet, we had him on a little over an hour and 15 minutes ago. It's up now on the YouTube. Go to youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight to find that entire interview, because Kevin had some great insight as well, especially as a guy who played goal at the highest level, at the NHL level, to talk about just what Connor Hellebuck did today. It was great to have Weeksy on a little bit earlier. You can go check it out, as I said, in podcast form or on the YouTube page, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. So we just got done about a half hour ago, Kate, talking to Yaron Weitzman, who covers the NBA, and talking about the different contenders in both the East and the West. And I spent a lot of time coming out of the All-Star break, watching that Pistons-Knicks game the other night, one of the first games out of the break, thinking about the contenders on both sides in each conference, and just kind of playing through in my head what I think the best possible NBA Finals matchups could be. Like, I think everyone agrees they'd love to see Wemby get to the finals at this early age. Like, watching Cade Cunningham go off in the Garden the other night got me to thinking about the Pistons, but obviously the Knicks, the Celtics in the East. Yaron mentioned he thinks, wouldn't it be crazy if James Harden going to Cleveland was actually like a missing puzzle piece for them? You've got contenders like the Thunder, obviously, who are coming off an NBA title, the Nuggets out west, maybe the T-Wolves. So I thought it would be good to maybe power rank our favorite possible NBA Finals pairings. Teams we'd love to see meet in the NBA Finals. And we can count them down from 5 to 1. I'll let you go first and throw out what would be your top 5 options for the NBA Finals later this spring.
All right. Well, to start, I think it would be awesome to have the Thunder once again going for a repeat against a Boston Celtics team that has Jason Tatum. Because you have still I don't think we can necessarily say the Thunder are inexperienced because they've won a title, but it's still a young team going up against a very experienced Boston Celtics team. So that's one right there. I would love to also see the Wolves and the Knicks go head to head in the finals. And that's more the storyline of just the players that were traded a couple of years ago. Cat going from Minnesota to New York, Julius Randle from New York to Minnesota. You've got DiVincenzo going up against his Villanova boys. So I think that would be kind of fun. Plus, I am a Timberwolves fan, so like they might be in a couple of these finals scenarios for me, Chris.
Maybe, just maybe.
Maybe. Maybe these are a couple that are less realistic, but you know, not totally out of the question. What about the Lakers and Cavs? Like, if somehow the Lakers can make it, going up against Cleveland, LeBron in what could be one of his final seasons against his former team, like that would be awesome. And then where am I at? That's 3. I think the Pistons going up against the Spurs, just because those are 2 young up and coming teams. Like if those 2 were able to make it to the finals, which young player, Cade Cunningham or Victor Wembanyama, they're both 3rd and 4th depending on where you look in the odds boards for MVP right now, and both could be realistic options if Jokic and who am I missing? Jokic and SGA don't play or miss, 17 games and aren't eligible for MVP. Like, those will be the next two players up. So those young guns meeting in the finals would be very interesting. And then, I mean, I would love to see the Nuggets get back there just because I'm a big Jokic fan, and I think that he's awesome. The Nuggets against anyone really in the East, it doesn't really matter. Pick your poison. I guess I would say more so Cleveland or New York, but that's just kind of throwing out two random ones. I mean, it would be kind of fun to see them against Philly and Joel Embiid, because Joel Embiid and Embiid like dodges Jokic all the time, but I don't think the Sixers are getting.
That's not happening.
Sixers aren't getting to the finals.
So what's interesting is neither one of us has what would be chalk, right? 1 seed versus 1 seed. I'll go through my list in a second, but I don't have Detroit OKC on my top 5 list either, and you don't on yours. But that's interesting, I think, that we look at the 1 seed in each conference, and neither one of us really goes, well, that could be the best matchup. I do have a couple that are similar, if not the same, to yours. So I'll count them down from 5 to 1. My power rankings of the best possible NBA Finals matchups. I'll start at number 5, Detroit and Minnesota, because I think you have singular talent on singular talent. Cunningham against Anthony Edwards. I think it would just be a question of which guy is able to take over 4 games in that series. Because I think that's what it would come down to. Look, Cunningham does a great job of setting his teammates up for success. Obviously, he had 13 assists the other night in that win at the Garden. So it wouldn't be all those guys, but ultimately it would come down to those two. And I think they'd provide some incredible moments. So that would be number 5 for me. Number 4 for me would be one of the ones you mentioned, the T-Wolves and the Knicks, because there would be something that would come out of Anthony Edwards going into the Garden 3 or 4 times in a 7-game series that would provide just some phenomenal basketball, some spectacular singular moments that I think, and again, all the added layers of guys playing against former teammates that you mentioned, Randall, Towns, DiVincenzo, all of that would be spectacular drama. But I have that at number 4 on my list. Number 3 on my list is one you didn't mention. And I promise I'm not a Knicks fan, but they're going to be mentioned prominently here a couple times because there's something about the Garden, okay? Knicks Spurs, you put Victor Wembanyama in front of the New York crowd in the Garden. I mean, this is a guy that takes all-star games seriously. You put him in the Garden against that New York crowd with an opportunity to have some of those moments, and we don't see it from Wemby. Like, there's not a lot of grandstanding in him or a lot of look at me, but it would be something for him to come up with some sort of massive block late in a game, and he's just jogging back down the floor, kind of casting the side eye towards Spike Lee, and just gives him a little bit of a shush or something like that, or a sit down Spike. The Garden is magical. I'm sorry. Again, I'm not a Knicks fan. I'm just telling you. Maybe it's because I grew up a Big East basketball fan. I don't know. But something about the Garden and giving guys the opportunity to have those singular moments there against the Knicks, I think Knicks Spurs would be great. I'll include the Knicks again. I'm sorry. Against the Thunder. This would be an opportunity, I think, for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder to, again, go into that atmosphere and take on not just the Knicks and Jalen Brunson and Cat and everybody, the OG Anunoby, but take on the crowd. And I think it would be sort of a crowning achievement for the Thunder to not just win back-to-back titles, but to do it against the Knicks and in that kind of legendary environment. So I have Knicks Thunder as my number 2 ranked of possible finals matchups. I know you had Thunder Celtics, maybe a similar vibe there, like going into Boston and the TD Garden as opposed to Madison Square Garden. But my number 1, it's Spurs Pistons, which you already mentioned, because it's those two young up-and-coming teams looking to break through. You get Cade Cunningham in the Pistons. You get Wemby in the Spurs. And I think that would just be a phenomenal 7-game series. There were some others I didn't include just because I didn't think the series themselves would be that competitive. And I do feel a little guilty for not including Jokic and the Nuggets in any of these scenarios. But there's something about getting the opportunity to see Wemby lead the Spurs onto that stage, the NBA Finals stage, that I would just really love to see this spring.
Well, there also, I mean, you picking a couple of games at the Garden, like, you're right, it doesn't get better than the Garden. Like, when the Knicks were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year, that place was absolutely electric. Yes. And when the Knicks are good and when they're going deep into the playoffs, and that has not been the case all that much lately, but like, even I always think back to that series against the Atlanta Hawks when Trae Young went into the Garden, and I think the Hawks won that series, if I'm not mistaken, three years ago or so. But like, the Garden just absolutely lit up then. So to have a team like OKC who has great home court advantage, like the fans in Oklahoma are nuts, but Oklahoma City doesn't have the same history with their venue like the Garden does. I mean, that's a special place. So for whether or not that's Wemby going into the Garden, whether or not that's SGA, the Garden just in the finals, to see an NBA Finals back in the Garden, I think would be really, really cool. The Knicks got to make it there. They got to play a little bit better in order to get there. But I mean, they're positioned fairly well right now in an Eastern Conference that, how many times have we said it this year, Chris, is kind of wide open, right? That's the saying for the Eastern Conference this year. I mean, it's wide open in terms of there's 4 teams that could ultimately realistically be there. I don't think you go any further down past Cleveland at number 4, but having a finals in the Garden would just be great cinema for NBA fans.
Yeah, I mean, it's Madison Square Garden is a living, breathing organism when it comes to playoff time. And like you mentioned it, just the vibe of that building come playoff time. And again, I'm not a Knicks fan. I hated the Knicks growing up because I was a Michael Jordan Bulls fan, right? Like I hated John Starks. I didn't like Patrick Ewing. I hated the Knicks. And so I have no soft spot for the New York Knicks in my heart, but there's something about that building late in the playoffs, just in consequential games. Like I said, I grew up watching Big East basketball and some of the crazy tournaments that were played there. It does add an extra layer. And I'd love to see, just to keep it to the Eastern Conference, give me Pistons Knicks in the Eastern Conference final, or even Pistons Celtics Knicks. I think any way you jumble up those 3 teams at the top of the East, you would end up with a quality Eastern Conference final somehow. So I think there's lots of good matchup possibilities out there. Understanding we've still got like 25, 30 games to go down the stretch. We'll see where it goes, especially for a team like the Knicks, if they can stay healthy. Can the Celtics get Tatum back? When does SGA come back? Like you said, does that affect the MVP run for him in OKC? Lots of open-ended questions in the NBA down the stretch run. Lots of college basketball questions, too, after last night. And we will bring up some of the biggest topics. We will go streaking through the quad next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
We're going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Come on! Snoop a loop! Snoop! No, it's cool. It's cool. I'm cool. Bring your green hat. Let's go. Come on, everybody! We're going!
We're going streaking through the quad. We'll talk some of the biggest college basketball stories, 4 of them, in fact, following yesterday's action here in just a moment on Westwood One Sports. It's Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable on BetMGM Game Day with you for another 37 minutes or so, celebrating the U.S. winning gold over the Canadian men in hockey. First double hockey gold medal for the U.S. Olympic hockey teams ever, Kate, obviously, with the last gold medal for the men coming in 1980. We had the Megan Keller golden goal a couple days ago against Canada for the women, and now we get Jack Hughes for the men. So there you go. Double golds. Take that, Canada.
Doesn't get much better than that, Chris, especially when you talk about bragging rights. It's like we have them all. You can't even say, okay, well, the Canadian women beat the U.S. Like, nope, doesn't work that way. So the hockey teams took care of business over in Milan. And the U.S., I was just looking at the gold medal count. U.S. is second, and by a wide margin. I want to say the Netherlands actually is the leader. Don't quote me on that. It might have been Norway. It was a quick graphic on my TV. Norway. Thank you, Grant. But I mean, good for the hockey teams to add to our count here. We got 2 more over the last couple days, and now the closing ceremonies were just happening. So like puts a great bow on what was a great 2-week Olympic run.
Absolutely. And I think this is an important point. You know, we talked about the Nathan McKinnon post-game quote. I want to make sure I get it right again. He was asked about losing to the U.S. team and said, you be the judge of who was the better team today. And McKinnon obviously missing a wide open net in the third period. Connor McDavid not finishing a breakaway, not even really getting a shot off in the second period. Macklin Celebrini. We talked about how dominant that Mac line was when they put it together. Macklin Celebrini, Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon. And they weren't together, I didn't think, more often than not today. But all 3 of those guys had chances to score goals that would have gone down possibly as the game winners in the gold medal game, and they didn't capitalize on those opportunities. B-Soko 82 on the YouTube chat just said, sometimes the best team doesn't win because they don't make the play or plays that win or lose the game. And it's another recurring point we've made here in the wake of Jack Hughes' golden goal is that Canada was dominant for at least 40, 45 minutes of that game. I mean, the entire second and third periods felt like they were a Canadian power play, including the 5-on-3 that they didn't capitalize on. And Connor Hellebuck just kept standing on his head. Here's my question for you, Kate, is, you know, sometimes we love to see the dominance of a team that is clearly more talented in any sport, not just in hockey, but baseball, football, whatever. And we talk about how in some sports, the best teams don't always win. It's about the team that's hottest coming into the playoffs or the team that capitalizes on those moments. Just in general, we will remove today's Olympic gold medal game from the conversation because we're hyped about the U.S. winning gold, obviously. But in general, do you prefer to see a team win who isn't the best and they just get hot at the right time? Or do you prefer to see the actual best team go on to win the championship?
I prefer to see the team that is best at the time, that team that gets hot and goes on a run. Like, that's what sports is all about. If it was the best team that won every year, we would already know who's winning, you know, everything. Like, there would be no drama, no pomp and circumstance in sports whatsoever. Like, you could just, I mean, based on the NBA standings and our conversation in the last segment, like, you could just go ahead and say the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to win the title again. If the best team, whatever respective sport, is just going to go on and win it. Part of the fun in sports is that you have the quote unquote underdogs. And I'm not saying the U.S. was necessarily like a massive upset underdog, but you have those teams that just kind of catch magic in a bottle at the right time, and that's what makes sports so fun. So I would much prefer to see a upset of some sort versus the number one team going on to win every single time, because then sports are just predictable.
Yeah, I think there's some value to having like the Goliath that's great every year, like the Patriots of 2 decades, basically. And everybody roots against them because they just keep winning and they keep going back and winning titles. The Alabamas and Georgias of the world in college football for the bulk of the past decade and a half. You want to have those sort of evil empires, for lack of a better way to put it, that most of the country roots against. So I think it's a good dynamic to have. But yeah, I tend to side with you that I like to see not the underdog necessarily all the time, but the team that just puts it together at the right time, who may have not been looked at as a prototypical championship squad, come and just go on a tear and win it all. Like I enjoy that more as if I'm a neutral fan watching a playoff series or championship series or championship game. I enjoy that more than watching the Juggernaut or the Goliath stomp all over David again.
And I'm not saying like, I don't want the FIU to come and win every year. The San Diego State, like we had, those two teams making deep runs in March Madness over the last 3, 4, 5 years. Like, I don't need a team to come out of absolutely nowhere and win, but maybe one that's, third best team of those competing, and they're the ones that kind of goes on the magical type of run. It's not like a Cinderella type team that I want winning every year. But I do like when you have, it's just not as predictable of like, okay, maybe Alabama is playing every year, but every once in a while, a Michigan State could win type of thing. Michigan State's never going to win there. Yeah.
No,
what I mean.
Indiana's a great example.
Indiana was a perfect example. Exactly. Yeah. Something like that, where you can see their progression. They're getting better. They're obviously were the best team all season long because of the win-loss record, but like, that is what I like in sports, is having teams like that.
Golf going on right now, the final round of the Genesis out at Riviera in L.A. Jacob Bridgman has a large lead. He's at 20 under. Then you've got Kurt Kitayama, Rory McIlroy, 6 back. But he is pulling away. I guess he did most of the pulling away yesterday, but Jacob Bridgman is in the lead, whether it's this final round you want to bet or any weekend you want to bet golf. Make sure you get that golf odds boost token inside your BetMGM app. To use it, all you got to do, download the BetMGM app, add any golf wagers to your bet slip, and then activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with the golf odds boost token, you're going to receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. So do that now. Download the BetMGM app today and make it legendary. All right. We do need to go streaking through the quad. Don't worry, for those of you watching the show, we promise not to take anything off. It's more of a figurative streaking through the quad. The 4 biggest stories from college basketball in the last 24 hours. Let's start with a game that we haven't really had a chance to talk about yet, Kate. And that was Arizona and Houston yesterday. I know we brought it up momentarily with Joe Rexroad earlier when he was on the show a couple hours ago. But I'm starting to wonder if we aren't seeing some dents in the armor accumulating for what Houston is capable of against upper tier, upper elite echelon teams like Arizona. When they aren't able to force turnovers and especially turn it into transition points, they're in trouble. I don't think we get a return to the Final Four for Houston this year. I'm starting to question if we see them beyond the Sweet 16 or even Elite 8.
I mean, defense can take you far, but it can only take you so far. You have to have some offense in the tournament, and that's the part with Houston that worries me is, I mean, yesterday against Arizona, you mentioned not, getting those turnovers and transition points, but then Houston went on to miss 8 straight shots, had 3 turnovers in a stretch, and that's kind of what allowed Arizona to take over that game, build a lead. And then if you're not hitting shots, if you're not scoring at a high enough rate, which Houston doesn't do at a elite level in terms of outside shot making, it's hard to climb back in games against the top teams because they're not going to let you back in those types of games. They're not going to let you back in terms of they're not going to turn the ball over. They're not going to give you easy buckets. They're not going to give you offensive rebounds. So that's my concern with Houston is just scoring and scoring consistently. Like any sort of drought for Houston can be a big problem.
Yeah, and for Arizona, they're reassuring me that they are a team that's going to make a deep run. If you're able to keep it clean against Houston, then you're doing some things right on the offensive end of the floor. And I think against lesser defensive opponents, they're going to be able to take even more advantage of that. So I feel better about Arizona now than I did maybe 2 weeks ago after they had stumbled and dropped their first game. Florida continues to be just utterly dominant. And look, you can point out if you want that some of these wins, yesterday it's against Ole Miss, South Carolina, Georgia, A&M, Auburn. Some of these games haven't been against the best competition. Some of them, though, have been against bubble teams who are fighting for their lives. And Florida just continues to roll. An emphatic 19-point victory at Oxford yesterday, which is their 7th win in a row, I believe. And I want to say their 12th in their last 13 games. They've got things going in the right direction at just the right time of year.
And yes, sure, they've played some lesser competition, but they are taking care of business in those games. Like, those games haven't even been close. South Carolina at 95-48. I mean, we talk about a team in Houston that maybe offense struggles sometimes. Offense has not been the issue at all for Florida. You look at some of their point totals in their last 12 games, eight of those games, they've scored 90+. Like, that's insane. I mean, for a team to hit 90, not totally like out of the realm of possibilities in college, but to do it at that level of consistency where your offense is coming to play night in and night out, and even against some of the ranked teams. Like, they put up 100 against Alabama, 92 against Kentucky, both ranked teams at the time. Same with Tennessee, Georgia, and Vandy, all ranked teams. So, like, they're scoring against some of the top teams in the league. That is concerning if you are an opponent of Florida come March.
Yeah, and I could see them climbing, depending on how things go in the SEC tournament and down the stretch here in the regular season. I could see the Gators climbing up onto the 2 line. Bracket Matrix has them basically a 3 seed across the board, except for a couple of spots. You get a key loss by Illinois against UCLA yesterday, as we did. That could be enough for Florida to climb their way up onto the 2 line and maybe displace somebody else who was already there. As for Illinois, I mentioned the loss to UCLA. We talked Mick Cronin for just a couple minutes earlier, but I don't know. Maybe he's just an evil genius and he knows exactly what he's doing, creating this world against him atmosphere. And maybe it's enough to motivate this Bruins team to actually do something down the stretch here, Kate.
I mean, coming off of 2 straight losses to 2 top 25 ranked teams in Michigan and Michigan State, he had his team fired up. They were ready to go, and you play your 3rd straight game against a ranked team, coming off 2 road games back home, and get an overtime win. Yeah, we mentioned that everything that college coaches, professional coaches do is all calculated. They know what they're doing. Mick Cronin knows what he's doing when he yells at media members. So I liked your point earlier of maybe this is just a tactic of his to get his guys refocused, fired up, and he knows what his players need to get in that mindset. This probably is Mick Cronin just being an evil genius.
Yeah, and look, they're very bubbly right now. They could end up being like they were a few years ago, one of those final at-large teams who has to go to Dayton in the first 4. They've gone on a run from that spot before. I'm not saying there's a chance, but I'm saying there's a chance. One last story we want to hit on. We talked about it earlier in the show, obviously, right near the top of the show. Duke, Michigan last night. Again, I'll reference dents in the armor. This isn't the same as Houston's defense and not being able to turn the ball over. This is going up against the number 3 team in the country, Michigan. And I think Duke is built for what they were able to do in the second half last night against Michigan in Washington, D.C. And this should secure, at least for the time being, the number 1 ranking for Duke. I still think Michigan goes deep in the dance, but this gives us some reasons to worry and to wonder, I think, what happens when they get to elite level competition in, well, the Elite Eight or maybe the Final Four.
Because Michigan has not played too many close games this season. They've had a lot of double-digit wins, 20-plus, 30-plus. And so to see them in a situation like this, a high-stakes game against Duke at a neutral site and kind of falter down the stretch, not making shots, whereas on the other side, like Duke is a super young team, and yet they looked really they were the more poised team down the stretch. And that's, I think, going to be huge come tournament time, is how you can play in crunch time and who's there to take over. I think Duke has the upper hand over Michigan on that aspect.
Yeah, and again, I still think Michigan may be the best all-around team in the country, but they showed that they can be had by other elite teams, especially really excellent elite teams like Duke last night in Washington, D.C. All right, put your clothes back on. We're done streaking through the quad here as we went through the 4 biggest stories in college basketball today here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. One team, may not be playing in their home city anymore. They may not even be playing in their home state. We'll ask Kate what she thinks about this, being a fan of that team. Update you on what has been a wild back-and-forth game in Oklahoma City as well, and just celebrate gold medals a little bit more with the men beating Canada today in Olympic hockey. All that before we wrap up here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
So that ended up getting a lot closer than it should have. The Oklahoma City Thunder held on to beat the Cavs today, 121-13. But, I mean, they opened up the game 28-5. And the Cavs actually came back at one point to take the lead a couple times early in the third quarter before OKC finally put things away late in like the last 4 minutes or so. I suppose this is what happens when you're the Oklahoma City Thunder playing without SGA. Talented roster, good amount of depth, but that'll happen sometimes. You storm out to a big lead, and then the Cavs give you an equally big scare. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. And I have to ask Kate in just a moment her feelings on her favorite team. Forget not playing in their hometown, maybe not even playing in their home state. And we'll get into that in just a minute. But I guess we've been on the air like basically since the game ended here, Kate, the gold medal game between the U.S. and Canada. So we've been processing a lot of this while on the air. Just final thoughts on the men winning gold over Canada in hockey this afternoon in overtime, whether it's just related to the game specifically, the fallout, the ripple effect from this, or just anything in general.
I think one thing that we haven't touched on a ton, we've talked about it, but is the Johnny Gaudreau stuff of them skating his uniform around the rink immediately after, his two kids going and taking pictures with the team after, with their gold medals. Like, for them to include the Gaudreau family like they did, it was just, I mean, so emotional to watch. I'm sure emotional for the family, the players, because also in talking to Kevin Weeks, like he even referenced these players have come up in the ranks together. Like, a lot of them have played together for decades. And that would have been Johnny Gaudreau. I mean, he was among the similar age of a lot of these players. He came up in the ranks with them. He would have been on this team. And so I think just to see that portion of, you win a gold medal, and the first thing you think of is one of your peers that isn't able to be there with you, but you still honor them and their family. I thought that was a very, very cool thing. And I love seeing, just scrolling on, social media, seeing that portion of the game. I mean, the aftermath of it. It wasn't part of the game, but that being highlighted, I thought, I mean, that was an insanely cool, just cherry on top to what the U.S. did today.
Yeah. I mean, it was something seeing, I want to say it was Matthew Tkachuk and Austin Matthews, and I couldn't see who the third player was, grabbing the Gaudreau jersey and skating around the ice with it before the medal ceremony in the immediate aftermath of the game. And they panned up to Johnny's family, and the emotion his dad was overcome with. You can't even imagine. So it was a very touching moment, and one of those ones that will be a big takeaway from this, aside from the hockey, aside from the ripple effect of winning gold at the Olympics and what it means for the future of American hockey and all those things, just the individual human touch of what they were able to give the Gaudreau family in some small measure there in Milan this morning was, it was something to see. So a lot to take away from. Look, this is one that we'll look back on for a long time, being the first gold medal for the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team in 46 years, and sort of peel back the onion of all the different stories that have come out of it over the coming days and weeks. And, of course, Westwood One Sports will have you covered for plenty of that. I have to ask, I can't figure out what's going on with the Bears. I'm not a Bears fan. I don't live in Chicago. But apparently there's still a really good shot they may move to Indiana. What is going on with this, Kate?
Indiana Bears, here we come. Yeah, Northwest Indiana. The state of Indiana is kind of like, what do you need, Bears? We're going to make it happen for you. We'll roll out the red carpet. We're going to make it easy for you. And the state of Illinois is kind of doing the exact opposite. It will be so strange if the Bears play in Indiana. Like, I think it's a real possibility that they do, but how weird would that be? And I know we do have teams, the Jets, the Giants, like they play in New Jersey. The 49ers play in Santa Clara, not San Francisco. But it just doesn't feel right to have the Chicago Bears, one of the most storied franchises in the National Football League, to be playing in Indiana. But it's kind of it's just been a back and forth battle between the state and the team and trying to negotiate what the team needs to build in Arlington Heights, which is the site that they bought a couple of years back to potentially build in. And I mean, it's going to be privately funded. The Bears, they're putting $2 billion, I believe, up for it, but they need help from the state in terms of the infrastructure around it, getting, another train line, improving the roads, that type of stuff. And that's kind of where it's come to a standstill in terms of the government and Pritzker and them working with the Bears to figure this out. And I don't think this is I think this is going to continue to go on the back and forth pull for a little while now.
Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to figure this out for so long. Here's what the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, had to say about the whole situation.
I can't tell you what's going to happen in the end here. I've been a Bears fan for a very long time, and I've wanted them to perform, stay, play here, continue to believe that that's the best thing for them.
Yeah, I mean, if financially the state of Indiana is willing to roll out a red carpet for the Bears, it's hard to blame the Bears for listening to that option, right? Like, if you're going to get the best financial option in Indiana, how many Bears fans, honestly, are going to stop going to games just because they have to drive? Look, I can say honestly, as a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, if they were to move an hour farther away from where they are now, would it keep me from going to games? Maybe occasionally, but big games, I'm still going to want to be there if I can be there. I don't know if it's necessarily going to crush Bears fandom if they're playing an hour farther south.
It's not. Bears fans are still going to show up, and you're still going to get sellout crowds. I mean, the reality is Northwest Indiana is like 15 minutes past the border, like 15 minutes from where Soldier Field is right now. It's not far at all. And within Northwest Indiana, you have a casino right there. They're going to build, infrastructure around it to make this an awesome, stadium and surrounding area. And so you're getting all of that stuff in Indiana. And it's from where I live in the city, it's closer for me to drive to Northwest Indiana to watch a Bears game than it would be for me to drive to Arlington Heights to watch a Bears game. So it's not even like the proximity that's the massive challenge here. It's just that it feels weird. The Chicago Bears don't play in not only Chicago, but then don't play in Illinois. Like, that's the part that I think a lot of fans can't really wrap their heads around.
I mean, not that you want to walk around comparing yourself to the Jets all the time, but I mean, the Jets and the Giants don't play in New York, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah. There are a lot of teams that do that. Like the Cowboys play in Arlington, not Dallas, right?
Right. So I don't think it's as wild. I think this is more a political battle than a fan battle. This
100%.
is, like I said, Bears fans aren't going to stop being Bears fans if all of a sudden they're playing their games an hour farther south. Like, they're still going to be the Chicago Bears. They're not going to be the Gary, Indiana Bears. Like, that's not happening.
Doesn't have the same ring. No.
Does not. We'll have plenty more to talk about next week. As I mentioned, the NFL Scouting Combine starts later this week. And next Sunday, we will be on with immediate reaction to the quarterbacks throwing on Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. So we will have that to talk about. Obviously, plenty of NBA, some massive college basketball matchups next week that we will keep an eye on to talk about as well. We'll be a little bit closer to the World Baseball Classic too, Kate. That might be worth kicking around as spring training is underway. Some more international competition to get you fired up. Thanks to everybody. We appreciate all the hard work on the show. Thanks to Max. Thanks to Grant. Thanks to our producer, Zach Krull, for keeping it all on the rails. Thanks to Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGM Game Day. Josh Graham up next here on Westwood One Sports.